Close your eyes. Let the world fall away. Tonight, I want to take you somewhere. Somewhere far from where you are now. Somewhere warm. Somewhere quiet. We are going to Tokyo. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. The city has finally begun to rest. The last trains have departed. The salary workers have stumbled home. The neon signs, those rivers of electric light, have dimmed one by one, like candles surrendering to the wind. But not everything sleeps. In the back alleys of Shinjuku, beyond the main roads and the shuttered department stores, there is a narrow lane. So narrow that 2 people cannot walk side by side. The pavement is wet. Perhaps it rained earlier. Or perhaps someone washed the street, as shopkeepers do here, sweeping water across the stones in an ancient ritual of purification. Your footsteps echo softly. Tap, tap, tap. The air is cold against your cheeks. December cold. The kind that makes your breath visible. A small ghost escaping your lips with every exhale. And then, you smell it. At first it is faint, a whisper of something savory, something deep. It curls through the air like smoke, finding you before you find it. Pork bones, simmered for hours, perhaps 12, perhaps 20. Garlic, roasted until golden, releasing its sharp, pungent sweetness. Soy sauce, not the kind you buy in plastic bottles, but the real thing. Aged in wooden barrels, dark as night and rich as memory. The smell wraps around you. It pulls you forward. There, at the end of the alley, a single lantern glows. Red paper, soft light. The kanji painted on its surface reads, Ramen, Ramen. Beneath the lantern hangs a norin, a short fabric curtain split down the middle. It is faded navy blue, stained with years of steam and oil. The edges are frayed. This curtain has welcomed 10,000 hands. You reach out. The fabric is soft, worn. It parts easily, like a sigh. You step inside. The shop is small, so small. There is a counter made of aged wood, polished by countless elbows and forearms. 7 seats. No more. Tonight, 5 are occupied. No one looks up when you enter. This is not rudeness. This is reverence. Each person is bent over their bowl, lost in their own private world. You take your seat. The wood is warm beneath your palms. Generations of heat have soaked into this counter. The warmth of broth, the warmth of bodies, the warmth of time itself. Behind the counter, a man works in silence. He is perhaps 60 years old. His face is weathered, carved by steam and years. He wears a white headband, twisted and tied above his brow. His movements are precise, deliberate. He has made these same motions for 40 years. He does not ask what you want. He already knows. Listen. In the quiet of this tiny room, sounds emerge like instruments in an orchestra. The soft bubbling of broth in a great steel pot. The click of bamboo chopsticks against ceramic. The slurp, that essential, beautiful slurp, of noodles being drawn into hungry mouths. In Japan, slurping is not rude. It is necessary. When you pull the noodles quickly, you draw air with them, cooling the strands while releasing their aroma. The sound is part of the meal, a song of satisfaction. Listen to it now, that chorus of soft, contented sounds. And then, your bowl arrives. The man sets it before you with both hands, a gesture of offering, of respect. Steam rises, slow and thick, a veil between you and the world. Through the mist, you see it. The broth, a deep amber brown, glistening with tiny pools of oil that catch the light. The noodles, pale yellow, curled like sleeping ribbons. 2 slices of chashu pork, their edges caramelized, their centers pink and tender. A soft boiled egg, cut in half, its yolk the color of sunset. Green onions, sliced so thin they are almost transparent. A single sheet of nori seaweed standing at attention against the rim. It is not just food. It is a composition, a painting, a poem written in ingredients. You lift your chopsticks. But before you eat, pause. Hold this moment. Because within this simple bowl lies a story. A story that begins in the ports of 19th century China. A story that travels through war, through hunger, through reinvention. A story of immigrants and inventors, of suffering and survival, of a dish that was once considered food for prisoners and is now celebrated as art. Tonight, we will trace that story together. We will walk through the narrow streets of Yokohama in 1859, when the first Chinese noodles arrived on foreign ships. We will stand in the ruins of post-war Tokyo, where desperate vendors created hope from wheat and bones. We will meet a man who spent a year in a tiny shed, failing again and again, until he invented something that changed the world. And finally, we will return here, to this counter, to this bowl, to this quiet, sacred moment. Take a breath. Let it out slowly. The journey is about to begin. Let us travel back now, back through time, through decades, through generations. The Tokyo you just visited, with its glowing lanterns and polished counters, does not yet exist. The ramen shops have not been built. The recipes have not been written. We are going to the very beginning. The year is 1859. Japan has just opened its doors to the world. For over 200 years, this island nation kept itself sealed. No foreign ships, no foreign faces, no foreign ideas. The shoguns believed that isolation meant safety, that silence meant peace. But now, everything is changing. The port of Yokohama has opened, and with it, a new world is rushing in. Come. Stand with me on the wooden docks. It is early morning. The sun has not yet climbed above the horizon. The sky is a pale gray, the color of oyster shells, streaked with ribbons of pink and gold. The air. Oh, the air. It is unlike anything you have ever breathed. 1,000 smells, layered and tangled, competing for your attention. First, the sea. Salt and brine and the cold, clean scent of deep water. It fills your lungs. It coats your tongue. Then, coal smoke. Black and bitter. The foreign steamships burn mountains of it, and the smoke drifts across the harbor like dark ghosts, leaving soot on every surface. Camphor, sharp and medicinal. The merchants use it to protect their silks and fabrics from insects. It stings your nostrils. It makes your eyes water just slightly. And beneath it all, spices. Strange spices. Cinnamon from Ceylon. Star anise from Canton. Dried chilies from places whose names the Japanese cannot yet pronounce. This is Yokohama in 1859, a place where worlds collide. Listen now. The harbor is waking. Wooden hulls creak against the docks. Ropes groan under the weight of cargo being lifted, swung, lowered. Somewhere, a foreman shouts in Cantonese, quick, sharp syllables that rise and fall like music. Seagulls cry overhead. Their voices echo across the water. And beneath it all, a rhythm. The rhythm of footsteps. Hundreds of workers, Chinese laborers, Japanese porters, Western merchants, moving through the morning mist like figures in a dream. Among these workers are the men who will change everything. They came from Guangdong, from Fujian, from the coastal provinces of China where noodles have been made for 1,000 years. They did not come to change Japanese cuisine. They came simply to work to survive, to build new lives in a foreign land. But they brought something with them, in their memories, in their hands, in their hunger for home. They brought the knowledge of ramen, pulled noodles. Walk with me now, away from the docks, into the narrow streets behind the harbor. This is where the Chinese workers have gathered, a cluster of wooden buildings crowded together, leaning against each other like tired old friends. Paper lanterns hang from doorways, their red surfaces faded by sun and rain. The streets are unpaved, mud and dust. Your sandals sink slightly with each step. And there, at the corner, a small stall, a wooden cart with a charcoal brazier. A man standing behind it, his sleeves rolled up, his hands covered in flour. He is making noodles. Stop here. Watch him work. He takes a lump of dough, pale, soft, yielding. He has already kneaded it for 30 minutes, folding and pressing, until the gluten within has awakened, until the dough has become elastic, alive. Now he begins to pull. He stretches the dough between his hands, slowly at first. The mass elongates, becoming a thick rope. Then he folds it, doubles it back on itself, and pulls again. Each time he pulls, the strands multiply. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. His arms move in a steady rhythm. Pull, fold, twist, pull. The dough spins through the air. Gravity takes hold, stretching the strands thinner. 16 strands, 32, 64. His hands dance. The noodles fly. It looks like magic, but it is physics. It is chemistry. It is centuries of knowledge passed from master to apprentice, encoded in muscle and memory. There's a secret ingredient in these noodles, something that makes them different from Japanese udon, different from Italian pasta, different from any other noodle in the world. It is called kansui, alkaline water. In the lakes of Mongolia, there are ancient mineral deposits. The water that flows from these regions carries sodium carbonate, potassium carbonate, salts that make the water alkaline. Chinese cooks discovered, perhaps by accident, that adding this water to wheat flour created something extraordinary. Let me tell you what happens. When kansui meets flour, a quiet transformation begins. The alkaline compounds interact with the proteins in the wheat. The gluten, that network of stretchy, elastic bonds, becomes stronger, tighter, more resilient. The dough can be pulled and pulled without breaking, and something else happens. Within the flour, there are compounds called flavonoids. In neutral conditions, they are colorless, invisible. But in alkaline conditions, they change, they transform, they turn yellow. This is why ramen noodles are golden, not from eggs, not from dye, from chemistry, from science, from a reaction that occurs at the molecular level, invisible to the eye, but visible in the final color. The yellow noodle, the springy texture, the way it holds the broth without becoming soggy. All of this, all of it, begins with kansui. The Japanese workers watch from a distance. They have never seen noodles made this way. Their soba is buckwheat, dark and earthy, cut with knives. Their udon is thick and white, soft and comforting. But this is something else. The Chinese call it ramen. The Japanese, uncertain how to categorize this foreign food, give it a name. Shina soba, Chinese-style noodles. The name carries both curiosity and distance. This is not our food, it says. This belongs to them. And yet, the workers edge closer. The smell of the broth, pork bones, soy, garlic, is difficult to resist. One man steps forward. He holds out a few coins. The noodle maker nods, ladles broth into a bowl. adds a tangle of golden noodles, a few slices of pork, a sprinkle of green onion. The Japanese worker takes the bowl in both hands, feels its warmth, raises it to his lips. He tastes. His eyes widen. This is how it begins. Not with fanfare, not with announcements. Just a man, a bowl, a moment of unexpected pleasure. The seed has been planted, but it will take decades to grow. It will take war. It will take hunger. It will take the complete transformation of a nation. For now, the Chinese noodles remain foreign, exotic, a curiosity on the margins. But time moves forward, and Japan is about to change in ways no one can predict. Rest here for a moment. The sun is rising over Yokohama Harbor. The mist is beginning to lift. The shapes of ships emerge from the gray, their masts reaching toward the sky like bare winter trees. Somewhere in the distance, a temple bell rings. Once, twice, 3 times. The Meiji era is coming, and with it, a revolution. The years have passed. Yokohama's port has grown. Factories have risen. A new Japan is being built. Brick by brick, rail by rail, dream by dream. It is the Taisho era now, the 1920s. And in the cities, something beautiful is happening in the darkness. Close your eyes again. It is 10 o'clock at night. The factories have fallen silent. The machinery has stopped its grinding song. The workers have punched their cards and stepped out into the cold. The streets are nearly empty. A dog barks somewhere far away. A door slides shut. A bicycle chain clicks softly as a rider passes, his shadow stretching long under the street lamp. And then, from the darkness, a sound. It begins as a whisper, so faint you might mistake it for the wind. A melody, high and plaintive, wavering. 2 notes, rising and falling, a simple phrase repeated again and again. This is the charamera, a small reed instrument, no larger than a man's hand. Its sound is unmistakable, haunting, lonely, beautiful. In Japan, this melody means one thing. Ramen is coming. Listen carefully. The sound grows closer. You can hear it weaving through the alleyways, bouncing off wooden walls, floating over tile rooftops. And beneath the melody, another sound emerges. Wheels, wooden wheels, turning slowly on a stone street. They creak and groan with each rotation. The sound is ancient, patient, unhurried. The yatai is approaching. A yatai is a small world on wheels. Imagine it now. A wooden cart, no larger than a closet, painted dark, lacquered against the rain. At the front, 2 long handles extend forward. These the vendor grips as he walks, pulling his tiny restaurant through the night. Beneath the cart, wooden wheels with iron rims. They have rolled across these same streets for years, wearing grooves into the stone. On top, a roof of oiled canvas, stretched tight. It keeps out the rain, but traps the steam. The vapor escapes from the edges, curling into the night air like spirits departing. And at the center of it all, the heart of this moving universe, a brazier. Charcoal glows orange and red within an iron box. The coals pulse gently, like something breathing. Above them sits a pot of brass, dented and darkened by years of use. Inside the pot, broth simmers. The vendor stops at the corner. He sets down his handles, wipes his brow with a cloth. His face is weathered, lined by nights without sleep. He has walked 3 miles already. He will walk 3 more before dawn. He reaches up and adjusts the paper lantern that hangs from a bamboo pole. Red paper, soft light. The kanji brushed on its surface. Zhonghua soba, chuka soba, Chinese noodles. The lantern sways gently in the breeze. He raises the charamera to his lips once more. The melody floats out into the night, and the workers begin to come. They emerge from the shadows like ghosts finding warmth. First, a factory man. His overalls are stained with machine oil, a dark, mineral smell that clings to him like a second skin. His hands are rough, calloused, the fingernails permanently black. He has been working since 6 in the morning. 12 hours of pressing, lifting, carrying. He says nothing, simply holds up one finger, one bowl. Next, a newspaper deliverer, a young man, barely 20. His bicycle leans against the wall behind him. In a few hours, he will ride again, tossing papers onto doorsteps before the sun rises. But for now, he rests. Then, an older woman. A performer, perhaps, from one of the music halls in Asakusa. Her makeup is faded, her kimono is worn, but there is dignity in how she holds herself as she waits. They do not speak to each other. They do not need to. They are all here for the same reason. The vendor works quickly, efficiently. He lifts a bundle of noodles from a wooden box, pale yellow strands, dusted with flour to keep them from sticking. He drops them into a smaller pot of boiling water. 90 seconds, no more. While the noodles cook, he prepares the bowls. A spoonful of tere, that concentrated sauce of soy and mirin and secret seasonings. Then a ladle of broth. The broth is different from what you might expect. It is not thick, not creamy, not opaque. It is clear. You can see through it, to the bottom of the bowl. A pale amber color, like weak tea. Delicate, almost fragile. This is how ramen was in those days. Bones were expensive. Meat was precious. The vendors stretched their ingredients as far as they could. 1 chicken carcass, 2 pork bones, boiled again and again until every trace of flavor had been surrendered. The soup was thin because the times were thin. And yet, it was warm. It was savory. It was enough. The factory worker receives his bowl. He holds it with both hands, feels the heat seeping through the ceramic into his palms. He raises it to his face, breathes in. The steam carries the scent of soy, of ginger, of something like home. Then he lifts his chopsticks. He gathers the noodles, raises them high, and he slurps. This sound, the slurp, is important. In the West, it might seem rude, uncouth, a breach of manners. But in Japan, it is the opposite. When you slurp noodles, you draw air into your mouth along with the broth. The air cools the hot liquid, protecting your tongue from burning. But it does something else, too. It carries the aroma. The volatile compounds in the soup, those delicate molecules of flavor, rise with the air and enter your nasal passages from behind. This is called retronasal olfaction. It is how we truly taste. When you slurp, you are not just eating. You are breathing the flavor, inhaling the essence of the dish. The louder the slurp, the deeper the experience. This is what the factory worker knows without knowing, what his body understands without words. He slurps, and the warmth spreads through him. Not just into his stomach, but into his chest, his shoulders, his tired and aching bones. For this moment, he is not a worker. He is simply a man, being nourished. One by one, the customers finish. They set down their bowls. They murmur quiet thanks. They slip coins into the vendor's hand and disappear back into the night. The vendor wipes down his counter. He packs away his tools. He grips the handles of his cart, and slowly, he begins to walk again. The wooden wheels turn. The charamera rises to his lips. That melody drifts once more into the darkness. Listen. Can you hear it? It is growing fainter now, moving away, turning down another street, toward another corner, where other tired souls are waiting. The notes waver in the cold air. They linger, and then, silence. Rest here a moment. The night is deep and still. Somewhere, a clock strikes 11, and Japan sleeps, unknowing that the darkest chapter of its history is approaching. Soon, everything will change. We must go to a darker place now. I will guide you gently. We will not linger in the pain. But to understand what ramen became, we must first understand what Japan endured. Take my hand. Let us walk through the ashes together. The year is 1945. August has just ended. The war is over, and Japan, the Japan of temples and cherry blossoms, of ancient traditions and quiet dignity, lies in ruins. Imagine Tokyo, but not the Tokyo you know. Not the city of neon and glass, of bullet trains and convenience stores. This Tokyo has no color. Everything is gray. The sky, the ground, the faces of the people who wander through the rubble. Where buildings once stood, there are now only skeletons. Blackened beams reach toward the sky like broken fingers. Walls have crumbled into mountains of debris. The streets, once orderly and clean, have become rivers of ash and twisted metal. The smell. It is the smell of endings. Burnt concrete releases a fine dust that catches in your throat. Wet ash carries a metallic taste, like blood or rust. And beneath it all, something else. Something you do not want to name. This is the smell of a city that has died. Listen, the city is quiet. Too quiet, but not silent. Somewhere, far away, a baby cries. The sound drifts across the rubble, thin and lonely. No one comes to comfort it. Or perhaps they cannot. A crow calls, then another. They have grown bold, these birds. They perch on the ruins and watch with black, knowing eyes. Footsteps crunch on broken glass. Tap, tap, tap. A woman walks past, carrying everything she owns in a single cloth bundle. She does not look up. She does not speak. There is nothing to say. Millions are homeless. Millions more are hungry. The rice, that sacred grain, the soul of Japanese cuisine for 3,000 years, is gone. The paddies have been burned. The harvests have been seized. People are starving. In this darkness, something else is rising. They call it Yami-ichi, the black market. In the shadows of the ruined buildings, a new economy is being born. Desperate people selling desperate things. And among the chaos, the stalls appear. Makeshift counters built from salvaged wood. Pots balanced on piles of broken bricks. Fires burning in old oil drums. The vendors are ghosts of men. Former soldiers, mostly. They returned from the war to find their homes destroyed. Their families scattered. Their country defeated. But they know how to survive. They build their stalls, and they make noodles. Where does the flour come from? Ships are arriving in Yokohama Harbor. American ships. They carry wheat. Tons and tons of wheat. The white powder pours from burlap sacks stamped with English letters. Japanese hands catch it. Japanese hands transform it. Watch the noodle maker. He works in silence. His stall is nothing. A few boards, a pot, a ladle. But his hands know what to do. He mixes the flour with water. He kneads the dough with mechanical precision. His face shows nothing. His eyes are distant. Now, he makes noodles. This is how he survives. The broth simmers in the pot. It is made from whatever he could find. Bones, scraps of vegetable, a piece of dried fish. Nothing is wasted now. A man approaches. His coat is torn. His shoes are held together with rope. He holds out a coin. Just one. The vendor nods. He ladles broth into a bowl, adds a tangle of noodles, still steaming. The man takes the bowl. His hands are trembling. Watch him. He does not eat immediately. First, he holds the bowl close to his chest. He feels the heat seeping into his palms. Warmth. When did he last feel warm? He raises the bowl to his face, breathes in the steam. His eyes close. For a moment. Just a moment. He is somewhere else. Then he opens his eyes. He lifts the noodles, and he eats. This bowl is not just food. It is proof that tomorrow is possible. In a world where everything has been destroyed, these tiny transactions are the first stitches in a torn fabric. Ramen becomes the food of survival. Cheap, filling, warm. A bowl of noodles cannot rebuild a city, but it can keep you alive until morning. And sometimes, that is enough. Years will pass. From the ashes of this moment, something will grow. Regional ramen is being born. The seeds are here, in this rubble, in this hunger, in these desperate, beautiful acts of creation. Rest now. The night is passing. Somewhere in the ruins, a fire still burns. Not destruction, but survival. Tomorrow, there will be more noodles. Tomorrow, Japan will rise. The war is now a memory. 13 years have passed. Japan is rebuilding. Factories hum again. Children laugh in schoolyards. The skeletons of burned buildings have been replaced by new construction. Concrete, steel, glass. But one man cannot forget. He cannot forget the lines. Those endless lines of hungry people waiting in the cold for a single bowl of ramen. His name is Momofuku Ando, and he is about to change the world. Come with me now, to a quiet neighborhood in Ikeda City, just north of Osaka. It is late at night. The houses are dark. Families are sleeping. A cat crosses the street, its paws silent on the pavement. Behind one of these houses, there is a small structure. A shed, really. No larger than a closet. A single light burns within. Step inside. The space is cramped. You can touch both walls if you stretch out your arms. A bare light bulb hangs from the ceiling on a frayed cord. It sways slightly, casting shadows that shift and dance. The walls are covered with paper, notes, diagrams, calculations, failed experiments, documented in precise handwriting. Day 47, noodles crumbled, too brittle. Day 89, mold appeared after 3 days. Day 156, better texture, but rehydration incomplete. Hundreds of notes, hundreds of failures. And in the center of this tiny universe, a man sits on a wooden stool. He is 58 years old. His hair is gray at the temples. His eyes are tired but focused. Before him, on a rough wooden table, are the tools of his obsession. Flour, water, a bowl, a pot of oil, and noodles. Always noodles. Momofuku Ando was not born a noodle maker. He was a businessman, an entrepreneur, a man who had succeeded and failed, risen and fallen more times than he could count. But the image of those post-war lines haunted him. All those people, all that hunger. He asked himself a question that would not let him rest. How can I bring the comfort of ramen to everyone, everywhere, instantly? The answer seemed impossible. Ramen required broth, simmered for hours, fresh noodles made each morning, a skilled cook working over a hot stove. How could all of that fit in a package? How could it last for months without refrigeration? How could it be ready in minutes, with nothing but hot water? No one had ever done it. But Ando believed it could be done. For 1 year, he worked, every day from morning until midnight, sometimes later. He ate his meals in the shed. He slept only when his body refused to continue. His wife would bring him tea, and he would drink it without tasting, his mind elsewhere. He was not a scientist. He had no laboratory, no assistants, no funding. He had only this shed, these ingredients, this relentless, unstoppable will. The problem was moisture. Fresh noodles contain water. Water breeds bacteria. Bacteria cause rot. To make noodles last, you must remove the water. But dried noodles are brittle. They crack. They crumble. And when you try to rehydrate them, they become mushy, flavorless, wrong. Ando tried everything. He dried noodles in the sun. They became hard as stone. He dried them in an oven. They turned to dust. He dried them slowly over days. Mold grew before they finished. Failure after failure after failure. The notes accumulated on the walls. And then, one night, Ando was making tempura for his dinner. He watched his wife drop vegetables into the hot oil. The batter sizzled. Steam erupted from the surface. And he understood. Listen, this is the sound of discovery. A soft gasp, a sudden stillness, the world contracting to a single point of clarity. Oil, of course, oil. Here is what happens when you submerge noodles in hot oil. The temperature is precise, 160 degrees Celsius, just below the smoking point. When the noodles enter the oil, the water inside them, that enemy of preservation, is instantly superheated. It turns to steam in a fraction of a second. The steam erupts outward, escaping through the surface of the noodle. And as it escapes, it leaves behind tiny channels, microscopic tunnels, a network of empty spaces where water once lived. This is the secret. The noodles become porous, hollow, light as paper. All moisture is gone. Without moisture, bacteria cannot grow. Without bacteria, the noodles can last for months. But here's the miracle. When you add hot water later, that water follows the same channels. It rushes into the empty spaces. It fills the microscopic tunnels. The noodle drinks the water. It swells. It softens. It returns to life. 3 minutes? That is all it takes. The dead noodle lives again. Ando called this method shunkan yunetsu kansoho, flash fry dehydration. It was not elegant. It was not obvious. It was genius born from a year of failure and a single moment of watching tempura fry. The first batch. Ando holds the dried noodles in his hand. They are light, almost weightless, golden yellow, curled into a neat brick. He places them in a bowl. He boils water in a kettle. The steam rises, filling the tiny shed with warmth. He pours. The water hits the noodles with a soft splash. And then, silence. Ando watches, his breath held, his heart pounding. The noodles begin to move. They loosen, unfurl. The tight brick relaxes, strand by strand, as if waking from a long sleep. The aroma rises. Chicken, salt, warmth. 3 minutes pass. Ando lifts his chopsticks. His hands are trembling, not from cold, not from hunger, but from something he cannot name. He tastes. It works. The noodles are soft, springy, alive. The broth is rich with flavor. Seasoning he had dried along with the noodles, now rehydrated into soup. In his tiny shed, surrounded by a year of failures, Momofuku Ando has created something that never existed before. Instant ramen. He called it chicken ramen. Chicken ramen. When it arrived in stores, people were skeptical. The price was 35 yen, 6 times the cost of a bowl of fresh udon. Too expensive, they said. Too strange, they said. Who would pay for noodles you make yourself? But then they tried it, and they understood. Within a year, chicken ramen was selling faster than Ando could produce it. Factories were built. Machines were invented. The little brick of dried noodles traveled across Japan, then across Asia, then across the world. Dormitories, office desks, disaster relief camps, space stations, everywhere that humans went, instant ramen followed. One man, one shed, 1 year of failures. And then, everything changed. Rest now. The light in the shed is growing dim. Ando sets down his chopsticks. He looks at the notes on his walls. All those failures that led to this success. Outside, the first light of dawn is touching the horizon. A new day, a new world. And somewhere, in a kitchen you have never seen, a child is pouring hot water over noodles, watching them come to life for the very first time. The magic continues. Japan is a small country. You could drive from north to south in a single day. And yet, within this narrow archipelago, worlds exist. Mountains that touch the clouds. Coastlines that stretch like ribbons of silk. Winters that freeze the soul. Summers that melt the mind. And in each of these worlds, ramen has taken a different form. Tonight, let us travel. From the frozen north to the tropical south. From mountain springs to ocean harbors. 4 places, 4 bowls, 4 stories. Close your eyes. Our journey begins. Sapporo. It is February. The temperature is 20 degrees below zero. 20 below zero. Step outside, and the cold hits you like a wall. It does not creep, it strikes. Your breath crystallizes instantly, forming tiny ice crystals that hang in the air like suspended diamonds. The snow is everywhere, 3 meters deep in some places. It covers the rooftops, the cars, the park benches. The city has become a white labyrinth. Your eyelashes are freezing together. Your fingers, even in thick gloves, are going numb. You need warmth, not just on your skin, inside, deep in your bones. There. A small shop, its windows completely opaque with condensation. You cannot see inside, only the glow of light, soft and golden bleeding through the fog. You push open the door. Heat. It wraps around you like an embrace. The frozen world outside ceases to exist. And the smell. It is unlike any ramen you have encountered before. Rich, earthy, fermented. This is miso. In the cold north, they learned long ago that fermented foods warm the body from within. Miso paste, soybeans transformed by time and salt and koji mold, generates heat as your body digests it. The broth before you is thick, opaque, a deep amber brown swirled with oil. Floating on top, a curl of butter slowly melting. Kernels of sweet corn, golden and bright. Bean sprouts, pale and crunchy. This is Sapporo ramen, born from necessity, from survival, from the wisdom of people who learned to endure winters that would break lesser spirits. You lift the noodles. They are thick, chewy, built to hold the heavy broth. You eat, and the cold outside becomes a distant memory. Now, let us travel south, far south, to the island of Kyushu, Hakata. The air here is different. Warm, humid. Even at night, the heat clings to your skin. We are at the Nagahama fish market. It is 4 in the morning. Around you, the chaos of commerce. Fishermen hauling their catch. Merchants shouting prices. Forklifts beeping. Ice crunching underfoot. These men have been working all night, hauling nets, sorting fish, loading trucks. They are exhausted, and they are hungry. At the edge of the market, a row of yatai, street stalls, waits for them. The broth here is white, not cream-colored, not pale, white, like milk, like clouds. This is tonkotsu. Pork bones, boiled not for hours, but for days. The collagen breaks down completely, dissolving into the water, turning it opaque. The fat emulsifies, creating a texture that coats your tongue like velvet. But here is a secret. This broth was an accident. Decades ago, a cook left his pot unattended. He was called away. An emergency, perhaps, or simple forgetfulness. When he returned, the broth had been boiling far too long. The clear soup he intended had become something else entirely. He thought he had ruined it. But when he tasted it, a mistake became a masterpiece. The noodles in Hakata are thin, very thin, almost like angel hair pasta. There is a reason. The fish market workers need to eat quickly. They have only minutes between tasks. Thin noodles cook faster. They can be consumed in a few urgent slurps. But thin noodles also absorb broth quickly. They become soft. So the people of Hakata invented something clever. Kaitama, noodle refill. You finish your noodles, but broth remains in your bowl. You call out, "Kaitama!" The cook throws another portion of thin noodles into boiling water. 30 seconds later, they arrive in your bowl. Fresh noodles, same broth, efficiency and pleasure perfectly balanced. Now, let us turn east, to a quieter place, Kitakata. This small city sits in the mountains of Fukushima Prefecture. It is famous for two things: kura, traditional storehouses with thick white walls, and ramen. But not just any ramen. Morning ramen. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. The streets are quiet. Mist rises from the rice paddies that surround the town. The air is cool, fresh, carrying the scent of wet earth and growing things. Ahead of you, a small shop is already open. Inside, farmers and laborers sit at the counter. They have been awake since before dawn, tending their fields, preparing for the day's work, and they are eating ramen for breakfast. In Kitakata, this is normal. The ramen here is gentle, a clear shoyu broth made with soy sauce that has been aged in wooden barrels for years. The soup is light, almost delicate, easy on a stomach that has just awakened. But the true secret lies beneath: the water. Kitakata sits atop an aquifer of extraordinary purity. The water that flows from these mountains is soft, mineral-light, perfect for making noodles. The noodles here are thick and wavy, made with more water than usual. This high hydration creates a texture that is uniquely satisfying, soft yet firm, yielding yet chewy. You eat your morning ramen in the quiet shop. Through the window, the sun is rising over the mountains. It is a gentle way to begin a day. One more journey, south again, to the coast. Wakayama. This is a city of fishermen, of merchants, of travelers passing through on their way to sacred temples. The ramen here has no single name that everyone agrees upon. Some call it chuka soba, Chinese noodles, the old term. Others have their own words, but everyone agrees on one thing: it is delicious. The broth is a marriage: pork bones boiled until creamy, soy sauce dark and rich. Tonkotsu meets shoyu, two traditions combined into one. The result is complex, deep, a flavor that reveals itself in layers, each sip different from the last. But there is something else on the table. Small plates, ceramic, chipped at the edges. On them, hayazushi, pressed mackerel sushi. The fish is cured with vinegar and salt. The rice is compact, tangy, bright. This is how they eat in Wakayama. While you wait for your ramen, you pick up a piece of hayazushi. You eat it slowly. The vinegar cuts through the richness you are about to experience. Then the ramen arrives, and the two flavors, the bright sushi, the deep broth, dance together in your memory. 4 cities, 4 bowls, 4 expressions of the same beautiful idea. Ramen is not one thing. It never was. It is a conversation between people and place, between climate and culture, between necessity and creativity. In the frozen north, it warms. In the humid south, it nourishes. In the quiet mountains, it soothes. By the ocean, it surprises. Rest now. Our travels are nearly complete, but one more chapter remains. We must return to Tokyo, to a single bowl, to a moment of perfect stillness. Sleep softly. Dream of noodles. We are almost home. We have traveled so far together, through time, through memory, through steam and shadow. Now, let us return. It is night again in Tokyo, the same city where we began, but you are different now. You carry with you the salt wind of Yokohama Harbor, the silence of the scorched earth, the click of a light bulb swaying in an inventor's shed, the snow of Sapporo, the heat of Hakata. All of this lives inside you now. Come. One last bowl awaits. The shop is quiet. You enter through a curtain, not fabric this time, but bamboo. The slats click softly against each other as you pass. Inside, there is no crowd, no chatter, no music, only stillness. You are guided to a seat. But this seat is different. Wooden partitions rise on either side of you, like the walls of a tiny sanctuary. You cannot see the person to your left. You cannot see the person to your right. There is only you. And in front of you, a small counter. A bamboo curtain lowered like a veil. This is Ichiran, a place designed for one purpose, to let you disappear into your ramen. You wait. The silence is not empty. It is full of anticipation, full of presence. Your breathing slows, in, out, a soft chime. The bamboo curtain rises, and there it is, the bowl. Steam rises in a slow, lazy spiral. It catches the light, becoming visible, then invisible, then visible again. The broth is a deep red brown, rich, glistening. The noodles are pale, curled like sleeping ribbons. 2 slices of chashu, their edges caramelized. A soft-boiled egg cut in half, its yolk the color of sunset. Green onions, sesame seeds, a whisper of garlic. It is perfect. Not because it is complex, but because it is complete. You lift your chopsticks. Pause. Look at this bowl. Really look. In this broth, there is a Chinese immigrant pulling noodles in a Yokohama alley. There is a vendor in the ashes of Tokyo, making soup from bones and hope. There is a man in a tiny shed, failing for the 300th time, refusing to stop. There is a farmer in Kitakata, eating ramen at dawn. There is a fisherman in Hakata, slurping thin noodles before returning to the sea. 1,000 hands have shaped this moment. 100 years of history have led to this single bowl. You gather the noodles, raise them, and eat. The warmth spreads through you, not just your mouth, not just your stomach, deeper, into your chest, your shoulders, the small of your back. The tension you have been carrying, perhaps for hours, perhaps for years, begins to release. You eat slowly. There is no rush. The noodles slip between your lips. The broth coats your tongue. The flavors unfold. Salt, umami, a hint of sweetness, a whisper of smoke. Each bite is a conversation. Between you and the bowl. Between the present and the past. The noodles are gone now. Only broth remains. You lift the bowl with both hands. Feel its warmth against your palms. Raise it to your lips and drink. The last drop, the last taste, the last moment. You set down the bowl. Empty. Complete. Outside, Tokyo continues. Somewhere a train is running. Somewhere a lantern is glowing. Somewhere a vendor is preparing for tomorrow. But here in this small space there is only peace. Let the world fade now. The sounds grow distant. The lights grow dim. Your eyes are heavy. Your breath is slow. This is where our journey ends. Not with fanfare, not with applause, but with silence. The silence of satisfaction. The silence of completion. The silence that comes after a story well told. Sleep now. Let the steam carry you. Let the warmth hold you. You are safe. You are nourished. You are home. Close your eyes. Let the world you know dissolve. Tonight, we travel to a place hidden from history, a place where shadows breathe. It is the 16th century, the mountains of Iga province, a village that appears on no map. The moon is full. It hangs low in the sky, heavy and silver, casting its pale light across the valley below. The forest is silent. No birds sing. No insects hum. Even the wind has stopped, as if holding its breath. Walk with me now, along a narrow path, stones worn smooth by generations of feet. The air is cool against your skin. It carries the scent of cedar, pine resin, damp earth after rain. Ahead, the village emerges from the mist. Thatched rooftops, wooden walls weathered to gray. Paper lanterns glow softly behind shoji screens. From somewhere, the sound of water, a stream perhaps, or a bamboo fountain, tipping slowly, endlessly. This is Eiga, the birthplace of the Shinobi. But forget what you think you know. Forget the black masks. Forget the flying daggers and impossible leaps. Those are stories, shadows of shadows. Tonight, we seek the truth. The people of this village are farmers. They tend rice paddies in the valley. They harvest vegetables from terraced gardens. They raise children. They grow old. To the outside world, they are invisible, ordinary, forgettable. This is exactly what they intend. For these farmers guard a secret passed from parent to child. A secret written in no book, spoken in no court. The art of Shinobi no Mono, the way of the hidden person. Listen, in the largest house at the center of the village, a fire burns low. An old man sits before it. His face is lined with decades. His eyes reflect the flames. Around him, young men and women kneel in silence. They have come to learn. The old man speaks. His voice is soft, unhurried, like water finding its way downhill. You wish to become Shinobi, he says. But first you must understand one word, one concept, the foundation of everything we are. He pauses. The fire crackles. Nin. He lets the word hang in the air. Nin means endurance. It means patience. It means the strength to remain still when every instinct screams to move. He reaches out and traces a character in the ash before him. Look at this kanji. The top portion is a blade. The bottom portion is the heart. Nin is a blade held above the heart. It is the willingness to endure pain, to swallow fear, to wait in darkness hour after hour without complaint. The young students listen. Their breathing is slow, synchronized. The samurai seek glory, the old man continues. They ride into battle with banners flying, their names shouted to the heavens. But you will have no banners, no glory, no name. You will move through the world like wind through grass, present, then gone, leaving no trace. He looks at each student in turn. Can you bear this? Can you give up the desire to be seen, to be praised, to be remembered? Silence. The fire burns lower. The shinobi does not fight. He observes, he listens, he gathers what others overlook. A conversation through a wall, the number of horses in a stable, the mood of a general before dawn. Information. This is our weapon. Not the sword, not the shuriken. Knowledge. Outside, an owl calls. Once, twice. The sound fades into the forest. There is another meaning to nin, the old man says. It is written with the same character, but it also means to recognize, to perceive, to understand deeply. A shinobi must see what others cannot, must hear what others ignore, must feel the shift in the air before the storm arrives. He rises slowly. His joints creak like old wood. He walks to the door and slides it open. Moonlight spills into the room. The students turn to look. Come, he says. Your first lesson begins now. We will walk into the forest, and you will learn to disappear. One by one, the students rise. They follow the old man into the night. Their footsteps are soft, careful. Already they are practicing. Already they are becoming shadows. The village falls silent once more. Only the stream continues its song. Only the moon watches, patient and eternal. This is where the path of the shinobi begins. Not with violence, not with spectacle, but with stillness, with patience, with the quiet courage to endure. Rest here for a moment. Breathe the mountain air. Feel the cool earth beneath you. The journey has only just begun. The greatest weapon of the shinobi was not a blade. It was not poison. It was not even silence. It was invisibility. But not the invisibility of legends, not vanishing in a puff of smoke, not walking through walls. Something far more difficult, something far more profound. The ability to be seen and not remembered. Come with me now. Into a small room at the edge of the village. The sun has not yet risen. A single candle flickers on a wooden table. A young man kneels before a mirror of polished bronze. He studies his own reflection, but he is not looking at himself. He is looking at the person he must become. Today, he will be a farmer. Watch him work. First, the clothes. He reaches for a bundle wrapped in cloth. Inside, a worn koso jacket. The fabric is faded, patched at the elbows, stained with something that might be mud, might be sweat, might be years of honest labor. He puts it on. The fit is loose, comfortable, unremarkable. But clothes alone mean nothing. A costume is just cloth. The true disguise lies deeper. He picks up a small bowl. Inside, a mixture of ash and oil. He dips his fingers in. Now, observe. He works the dark paste into his fingernails, under the edges, into the cracks of his skin. The crescents of his cuticles turn black. This is the dirt of a man who works the earth, a man who has pulled weeds since childhood, a man whose hands have never held a weapon. He rubs more paste into his knuckles, into the lines of his palms, into the calluses that should tell a story of hoes and sickles, not swords, not climbing ropes. His hands transform. A warrior's hands become a peasant's hands. But there is more. He takes another mixture, walnut oil and powdered clay. He applies it to his face, his neck, the backs of his hands. This creates the weathering of sun, the complexion of someone who has worked beneath the open sky for decades, not the pale skin of one who trains in shadow. He adds darker tones beneath his eyes, a suggestion of exhaustion, a hint of sleepless nights spent worrying about the harvest, about taxes, about things that farmers worry about. The face in the bronze mirror is no longer his own. But he is not finished. The most dangerous part remains. The body. A shinobi moves with precision, with balance, with the coiled readiness of a predator. A farmer does not. The young man stands. He closes his eyes. He breathes. Slowly, something changes. His shoulders drop, not dramatically, just slightly, the weight of invisible burdens settling upon them. His spine curves, just a little. Years of bending over rice paddies, years of carrying heavy loads. His knees soften, his hips shift, his center of gravity lowers. He takes a step. It is not the step of a trained warrior. It is the shuffle of tired feet, feet that have walked the same paths 10,000 times, feet that expect nothing, seek nothing, fear nothing. He takes another step, and another. The transformation is complete. But there is one final element, the most difficult of all. The masters call it kieru, to erase. Not the body, the presence. Every person radiates something, an energy, an aura, a feeling that others sense without knowing they sense it. When a warrior enters a room, people notice. Something shifts in the air. Backs straighten, eyes flicker. Attention gathers like iron filings around a magnet. The shinobi must silence this. He must become nothing. The young man kneels again. He closes his eyes. He breathes. In. Out. In. Out. With each exhale, he releases something. Ambition, pride, the desire to be seen, the need to matter. He empties himself until he is just a shape, just a presence no more interesting than a stone, or a tree, or a shadow on the wall. When he opens his eyes, something is different. If you were to see him now, your gaze would slide past. Your mind would not register. Your memory would not hold. He has become invisible, not by vanishing, but by being utterly unremarkable. This is the true art of Shinobi Monomi, the seeing without being seen. Now, let us follow him. The sun has risen. A golden light spills across the valley. Birds sing in the forest. The day has begun. He walks along a dirt road. His feet raise small clouds of dust. On his back, a basket of vegetables, radishes, turnips, things a farmer might bring to market. Ahead, the castle rises. Stone walls, 30 feet high, towers flying banners of the local lord, and at the gate, guards. 2 samurai stand at attention. Their hands rest on their swords. Their eyes scan every approaching figure. They are trained to spot danger, trained to sense deception, trained to kill without hesitation. The shinobi keeps walking. His heart does not quicken, his breath does not change. His steps remain the same tired shuffle. He is not pretending to be calm. He is calm. He has emptied himself of everything that might betray him. 50 paces from the gate. The guard's eyes sweep toward him. 40 paces. One guard shifts his weight. 30 paces. The shinobi does not meet their eyes. A farmer would not dare. He lowers his gaze, watches his own feet. 20 paces. The guard on the left speaks. "You there, farmer." The shinobi stops. He looks up, slowly, with the dull confusion of a simple man interrupted from simple thoughts. "Yes, my lord?" His voice is rough, uneducated, thick with the accent of the rural villages. "What's in the basket?" "Vegetables, my lord, for the market." He bows, low, subservient, a man who has bowed his whole life. The guard stares at him. 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. The shinobi does not flinch. He does not sweat. He is beyond fear because he is beyond self. There is no one here to be afraid. Only a farmer, only vegetables, only the ordinary morning of an ordinary life. The guard waves his hand. Go. The shinobi bows again. Thank you, my lord. He shuffles forward, through the gate, into the castle town. The guards have already forgotten him. Their eyes have moved on to the next traveler. And the shinobi is inside. He will spend the day selling vegetables, talking to servants, listening to gossip. How many soldiers guard the inner keep? When does the Lord leave for his hunting trip? Which officials have been arguing? Which gates are left unguarded at night? Information flows toward him like water toward a low point, and no one suspects, because he is no one. Just a farmer. Just a shadow among the living. This is the way of the shinobi. Not black masks and rooftop chases, but dirt under fingernails, tired shoulders, empty eyes. The courage to become nothing. Rest here a moment. Feel the dust of the road beneath your feet. Smell the vegetables in the basket. Hear the distant calls of merchants in the market. In the next chapter, we will examine the tools they carried, hidden in plain sight. But for now, breathe and disappear into the ordinary world. Close your eyes once more. We return to Iga, to the village in the mountains. It is night. The workshop is small. A single candle burns on the floor. Before you, on a cloth of dark indigo, 3 objects rest in the low light. You know what they are: a flute, a sickle, a straw hat. But tonight, you will hold them. Reach forward, pick up the flute. The shakuhachi. Feel it. It is heavier than you expected. Nearly 2 feet of bamboo cut from the root of the madake. The surface is smooth, warm, polished by decades of hands before yours. Run your thumb along its length. You feel the gentle swells where the nodes once grew. Small ridges, like knuckles beneath skin. Bring it closer. It smells of something ancient. Earth, resin, a forest floor after rain. Now raise it to your lips. Breathe into it. Slowly. A single note emerges. Low, hollow. It vibrates against your fingers. You feel it in your chest before you hear it in your ears. The sound fills the room like smoke. It presses against the wooden walls. It slips through the paper screen and disappears into the night. This is the instrument of the kumuso, the wandering monks of emptiness. No one questions a monk. No one searches a monk. No one remembers his face. Now turn the flute over. Grip the narrow end. Feel the root. It is thick, dense, cold, and hard as stone. The bamboo here was crushed by the weight of the earth itself. Swing it once through the air. You hear it. Not a whisper. A hiss. The sound of something that ends things. Set it down. Gently. Now reach for the sickle. The kama. The handle finds your palm first. Wood, darkened with age and grip. Smooth in the center where 1,000 hands have held it. Rough at the edges where the grain has split. Then you feel the blade. Do not touch the edge. Just let your finger hover close. The iron radiates cold. You can feel it without contact. A chill that climbs from the metal into the air between you. The bite of winter on bare skin. The blade curves inward. A crescent moon. A hawk's talon. Forged to cut rice stalks. To harvest wheat. Every farmer in Japan owns one. No checkpoint would confiscate it. No guard would look twice. But in your hand, the curve hooks, pulls, controls. It catches what a straight blade cannot. Set it down beside the flute. One object remains. The amigasa. Pick it up. It weighs almost nothing. The straw is rough beneath your fingers, dry, fibrous. Each strand scratches lightly against the next as you turn it. A soft, whispering sound, like wind through dead grass. Bring it closer and breathe in. It smells of golden fields, of long afternoons under an open sky, of a life lived entirely in the sun. Hold it above your head. Shadow falls across your face. Your eyes disappear. Your expression disappears. You become anyone. You become no one. Set it down. 3 objects on a cloth of indigo. A flute that sings and strikes. A sickle that harvests and hooks. A hat that shades and blinds. None of them are weapons. All of them are weapons. The difference is the hand that holds them, the mind behind the hand. The candle dims. The flame thins to a pale blue thread, then goes out. Darkness wraps around you, warm, heavy. But within this darkness, something shifts. The tatami beneath your knees is gone. In its place, cool earth, damp, packed hard by centuries of footsteps. The air changes, too. The cedar and candle smoke of the workshop fades. What replaces it is stone, wet stone, the mineral breath of a moat at night. You are no longer in the village. Open your senses. Ahead of you, rising against the sky like a shadow cut from deeper shadow, a castle. Stone walls 30 feet high, towers standing black against the stars. Somewhere above, a torch flickers on a parapet. The faint orange glow catches the edge of a banner. Then the wind shifts and the light vanishes. You can hear the moat, a low, still body of water, dark as ink. The soft sound of something alive moving just beneath the surface. The samurai built this place to be unbreakable. Every corridor turns back on itself. Every floor is designed to cry out beneath the weight of an intruder's step. Every shadow hides the glint of a waiting blade. And yet here you stand, at the outer wall, in the dark, with nothing but the tools of a farmer and the silence of an empty mind. Place your hand against the stone. Feel it, cold, rough, ancient. This is where the next lesson begins. The stone is real beneath your hand, cold, rough, older than memory. Your fingers find a seam, a gap between 2 blocks where the mortar has crumbled to powder. You do not climb, you listen. The castle breathes, every structure does. Wood expands in the cold. Stones settle against their own weight. Somewhere deep inside, a beam groans softly, like a sleeper turning in a dream. You wait for the rhythm. There. A slow exhale of wind through the corridor beyond the wall. You move with it. 1 handhold, 1 foothold, then stillness again. The top of the wall is narrow. You press your body flat against it. The stone is ice against your chest. Below, a courtyard. Gravel raked into pale lines that catch the faintest moonlight. 1 step on that gravel would sound like breaking glass. You do not step on the gravel. You lower yourself along the inner wall, slowly. Your fingers grip the stone. Your toes find the cracks. Your weight is a whisper distributed across 10 points of contact. The ground meets you softly. Packed earth, silent earth. Ahead, a corridor. The entrance is dark, but not empty dark. You can see it now, the way darkness has layers. The deepest black near the ceiling where no light reaches. A softer gray along the floor where moonlight bends through paper screens. Between them, the shape of things. A pillar, a door frame, the faint edge of a sliding wall. The air inside smells of dust, old pine, tatami straw gone brittle with age, and beneath it all, the thin iron scent of oiled blades stored nearby. You step inside. The floor speaks. Not yet to you, but it will. You know what lies beneath your feet. Uguisubari, nightingale floors, iron clamps fastened to every joist, designed so that any pressure, any weight at all, drives metal against metal. The sound they make is a chirp, bright, sharp, unmistakable. A beautiful trap dressed as birdsong. You exhale, slowly. Every breath leaves your body like smoke leaving a dying fire. Your bare foot touches the wood. Not the ball, not the heel. The outer edge, the blade of your foot where bone meets skin. You rest it there. No weight yet, just contact. A conversation between your body and the floor. Then you roll inward, grain by grain. The weight transfers like water filling a bowl. So slowly the wood has time to accept you, to absorb you. The clamp beneath shifts, a fraction. Silence. You wait, one breath, two. Then the next step, the same impossible patience, outer edge, roll inward, let the floor drink your weight like rain into dry soil. Each step takes 30 seconds. Each step is a small eternity. Ahead, moonlight falls through a torn shoji screen, a pale rectangle on the floor. Dust drifts through it like snow falling sideways. You cross 5 more steps. The floor does not sing. At the corridor's end, a wooden beam runs along the ceiling, thick as a man's torso, dark with centuries of smoke. You reach up. Your fingers curl over the beam. The wood is rough, warm where the heat of the rooms below has risen and settled. You pull yourself up, without sound, without speed. Your body rises the way mist rises from a river at dawn. The space above the ceiling is narrow. Your shoulders press against beams on either side. The air is thick, close. It smells of cedar and old smoke and the quiet dust of years. Below you, footsteps. A guard passes. The floor sings for him, each step a bright chirp that fades into the dark. He does not look up. No one looks up. You press your cheek against the beam. The wood hums faintly with the vibration of the guard's steps. Then the steps fade. Silence returns, deeper now. Your breathing slows. Your heartbeat slows. You become the wood, the dust, the dark itself. There is a stillness here that goes beyond hiding, beyond safety. It is the stillness of something that has forgotten it exists. And in that forgetting, a door opens. Not in the castle, somewhere deeper, somewhere within. Rest here. The beams hold you. The darkness holds you. And when you are ready, we will walk through that door together. The door opens. There is no handle, no hinge, no wood. It opens the way silence opens after the last echo fades. You step through, and the castle is gone. The beams above you, the guards below, the stone and the iron and the nightingale floors, all of it falls away like a robe slipping from your shoulders. What remains is space. Vast, boundless, dark without edges. Not the darkness of a room, not the darkness of a night. This is the darkness that existed before fire was born. Still, warm, without weight. Beneath you, something like water. Not wet, not cold. A surface so perfectly still that it has no surface at all. You are standing on a pond that reflects nothing. A sky with no moon, a mirror with no face. Breathe. This is Ku. The void. The old masters wrote of it, not as absence, not as loss, but as the space from which all things arise and to which all things return. The silence inside the bell after it has been struck. The Shinobi trained for years to find this place. Not in the mountains, not in the temples. Here, behind the breath, beneath the thought. Because a body can be hidden in a ceiling. but a mind full of noise will betray you before your muscles ever do. Fear hums, desire pulls, memory weighs, and the guards of the castle are not only men with swords. They are your own scattered thoughts, pacing the corridors of your skull. So the shinobi learned to set things down. The way you set down the flute, the sickle, the hat. One by one. Set down your name. You do not need it here. No one will call for you. No one is watching. Let it dissolve like ink dropped into dark water. Set down the list of things undone, the messages unanswered, the promises half kept. They are real. They will wait. But they cannot follow you here. Set down the face you wore today, the one you built for others, the smile that meant effort, the calm that cost you something. Let it fall like a mask onto still water. It sinks without a ripple. Set down tomorrow. It does not exist yet. It is smoke from a fire no one has lit. Set down yesterday. It is already ash. What remains when everything is set down? Only this. The breath entering your body. The breath leaving. The smallest rhythm. The oldest rhythm. The one that was given to you before your name, before your memories, before your first word. Feel it now, not as effort, as tide. Rising, falling. The way the sea moves without deciding to move. The void around you is not empty. It is full the way sleep is full. The way a held note is full. It hums with the quiet fact of your existence and nothing more. No past pulling backward, no future leaning forward. Only the perfect, endless width of now. This is where the shinobi became invisible. Not in the corridor, not behind the mask. Here, in the place where the self forgets to perform. And this is where you rest tonight. The water beneath you holds you without effort. You are not floating. You are not sinking. You simply are. The way dust hangs in dark air. The way warmth lingers in wood after the fire dies. Let your body soften. Your jaw. Your hands. The small muscles behind your eyes that have been working all day without being asked. Let them rest. The void asks nothing of you. And somewhere far ahead, at the farthest edge of this darkness, there's a faint suggestion of light. Not sunrise, not flame, something softer. The color of dawn still buried beneath the horizon. It is waiting for you, but not yet. For now there is only this breath, and the one after it, and the warm, immeasurable dark. Stay here. I will find you when it is time. It is time. Far away, at the edge of the void, the darkness thins. Not all at once. The way ink fades from black to gray when water finds it. A warmth reaches you. Faint. The memory of sunlight before sunlight itself arrives. The still water beneath you begins to glow. Soft amber. The color of honey held up to a flame. And then, a sound. One bird. A single clear note rising from somewhere below the sky. It climbs the silence like a vine climbing stone. Unhurried, sure of itself. Then another answers from farther away, and the world begins to remember it is alive. The void softens. It does not break. It becomes air. Cool morning air that smells of wet grass and cedar bark and earth that has been resting all night. You feel ground beneath you now. Soft. A hillside. The dew has soaked the grass, and it presses cool against your palms. Open your senses one by one. The sound of water. A stream moving slowly over smooth stones somewhere below the hill. The smell of wood smoke. Thin and pale. The first fire of someone's morning. And warmth. The sun has crested the ridge. It touches your face the way a hand touches a sleeping child. Gently, without asking anything of you. You are in Iga, The village below is waking. A door slides open on a wooden track. Footsteps cross a courtyard. Someone draws water from a well, and the bucket rises with a low, steady creak. In the nearest field, a farmer bends over young rice. His straw hat shades his face. His sickle rests in his belt. He hums something old and shapeless as he works. No one looks at him twice. He is ordinary, invisible, completely free. This is the final secret. The true master of shadows does not live in the dark. He lives in the light, in the open field, in the ordinary morning. He carries no sword. He wears no mask. He is the neighbor who waves as you pass. The stranger you forget the moment you look away. He is not hidden from the world. He has returned to it so completely that the world can no longer find him. The sun climbs higher. The dew dries. The birds have filled the valley with sound, and you can no longer tell where one song ends and another begins. The night is over, and you have walked its entire length, from the mountain village to the castle wall, across the nightingale floors, through the void, and back again into the warmth of morning. Thank you for walking with me. Rest as long as you need. There is no hurry. The sun is patient, and the grass is soft, and this hillside will hold you for as long as you wish to stay. And when the next night comes, I will be here, waiting at the edge of the dark, ready for the next journey. Close your eyes. Let your breath slow. Feel the weight of your body settle, like a ship finding still water. You are standing on a wooden dock. It is the year 1405. The air is warm, heavy. It smells of salt and tar and something sweet you cannot name. Before you, in the dark harbor of Nanjing, something impossible floats. A ship so vast it swallows the horizon. 400 feet of camphor wood and teak. 9 masts rising into the night like the spines of a sleeping dragon. This is a Byakuan, a treasure ship. The largest wooden vessel ever built by human hands. And there are dozens of them. They creak softly in the tide. A deep, low groan, the sound of ancient trees remembering the forests they came from. Run your fingers along the railing. Feel the grain beneath your palm. Smooth where 10,000 hands have touched it before yours. The Yangtze River laps against the hull. A quiet, patient rhythm, over and over. Somewhere below deck, incense is burning. Sandalwood. It curls through the corridors and finds you here, on the dock, like a whisper. Tonight, you will board this ship. Tonight, you will sail with Admiral Zheng He and his fleet of 300 vessels and 28,000 souls across the vast, dark Indian Ocean. You will taste cardamom on your tongue in the markets of Calicut. You will feel the monsoon winds press against your chest like a warm hand. You will watch the Southern Cross appear above waters no one from your homeland has ever seen. But not yet. For now, just breathe. Feel the dock sway beneath your feet. Listen to the water. Listen to the wood. Listen to the vast, patient silence of a fleet preparing to sail into the unknown. The stars above Nanjing are endless tonight, and the ocean is waiting. Let us begin. A gangplank stretches before you, wide as a road. You step forward. The wood bends beneath your weight, just slightly, just enough to remind you that everything here is alive. Your bare foot meets the deck of the treasure ship, and you feel it. a hum, deep below the planks, deep below the waterline. The river pressing against 400 feet of hull, and the hull pressing back. The wood is warm, thick as the length of your forearm. Camphor wood, cut from trees that were ancient before your grandfather was born. You can smell it, a faint sweetness rising from the grain, like a forest after rain. Stand here for a moment. Feel the deck beneath your feet. Feel how solid it is, how impossibly vast. The ship stretches ahead of you and behind you, and you cannot see either end. Above, the 9 masts disappear into the dark. Their sails are furled, resting, waiting, like lungs that have not yet drawn breath. A crewman passes you without a word. His footsteps are soft. He carries a coil of rope over one shoulder, thick as a man's wrist. The smell of hemp trails behind him like a ghost. Follow him. He leads you toward the center of the ship, where a wide staircase descends below deck. You go down. 1 step, 2. The air changes. It is warmer here, closer. The sound of the river becomes muffled, like a voice heard through a wall. And the smell. Oh, the smell. Lacquer, sharp and clean, like the first breath of winter. It coats the beams above your head in layers so thick they gleam like black water. And beneath the lacquer, something softer. Raw silk, bolts and bolts of it stacked in the cargo hold to your left. Pale gold and ivory and the deep red of pomegranate seeds. You reach out. Your fingers brush the surface of the silk. It is cool, almost liquid. It slides beneath your touch like water that has learned to hold still. Beyond the silk, there are crates, porcelain wrapped in straw, each bowl and vase nested so carefully that the entire hold is silent. Nothing shifts, nothing clinks, just the deep, slow breathing of a ship at rest. You move deeper. In the next chamber, the crew is settling in. Hammocks hang in long rows, swaying gently with the river's pulse. A man is already asleep. His breathing is slow and even. It mixes with the creak of the ropes that hold him. Another man sits cross-legged on the floor, sharpening a knife with a stone. The sound is soft, rhythmic. A whisper of metal against rock, over and over, like a lullaby he is singing to himself. No one speaks. There is nothing left to say. Everything has been loaded. Everything has been blessed. The astrologers have read the stars and chosen this night. You climb back up to the deck. The air opens around you again, cool and wide. The Yangtze stretches out in every direction, black and silver under the moon. And then you hear it. A gong. Low, so low you feel it in your ribs before you hear it in your ears. It rolls across the harbor like distant thunder. Then another. From a ship behind you. And another. Further away. Fainter. The fleet is waking. 300 ships answering one another in the dark. A conversation too deep for words. You feel the deck shift beneath your feet. Not much. A whisper of movement. The mooring lines are released. Heavy ropes slide through iron rings with a slow, groaning exhale. They splash into the water one by one. And the ship begins to move. So slowly. So gently you might have imagined it. But the dock is pulling away. The lanterns on the harbor wall grow smaller. The voices of Nanjing fade into the sound of water. The current has you now. The great Yangtze carrying you and 28,000 souls east toward the sea. The sails remain furled. There is no need for wind. The river knows the way. You lean against the railing. The wood is cool now, damp with river mist. The city disappears behind you. The world becomes water and wood and sky. Ahead, the river widens. And beyond the river, you can smell it already. Salt. The sea is waiting. The salt grows stronger. You feel the change before you see it. The river's current, which carried you so gently, begins to pull in 2 directions, then 3. The water beneath the hull is no longer smooth. It has a new voice, deeper, wider, a voice that has traveled across half the world to meet you here at the river's mouth. The South China Sea. You cannot see where the river ends and the ocean begins, but your body knows. The deck tilts, just slightly, a long, slow lean to the left, then back, then slowly to the right. The ocean is breathing, and now, so is the ship. You grip the railing, not from fear, from wonder. 400 feet of wood and iron rising on the back of a wave as though it weighs nothing at all. You rise with it. Your stomach lifts, your chest opens. For one long, weightless moment, you are suspended between the water and the sky. And then the ship settles, gently, like a palm laid flat on still water, and rises again, over and over, a rhythm older than language. Behind you, a sound. Canvas. The sails are being unfurled. You hear the crewmen call to one another, not shouts, low murmurs, the way you speak inside a temple. The ropes pull taut with a groan. The bamboo battens creak as the great red sails spread open against the dark. And then the wind finds them. A deep exhale. The canvas swells outward like a chest drawing breath. The entire ship leans forward, just barely, and the water beneath the bow begins to hiss. You feel it on your face now. The wind, warm and wet and endless. It carries the smell of open water, of depth, of distances your mind cannot hold. A fine mist settles on your arms. Sea spray lifted from the bow wave. Each droplet cool and sharp as a tiny star against your skin. You taste it on your lips. Salt, clean and ancient. The coastline is gone now. There's no land in any direction. Only water, only sky. And above you, oh, the stars. You have never seen so many. Without the glow of the city, without the haze of the river, the sky has opened like a door you did not know was closed. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. A powder of light scattered across the black so thickly that the darkness between them seems like the exception. Near the stern, a man stands very still. The navigator. He holds a wooden instrument to his eye, an astrolabe, worn smooth by years of use. He does not hurry. He does not frown. He simply watches. He finds one star, then another. He measures the distance between them with the patience of a man reading a letter from an old friend. The stars are not a mystery to him. They are a road his teachers walked and their teachers before them. He lowers the astrolabe, nods once, says nothing. The ship knows where it is going. You lie down on the deck. The wood is warm from the day's sun. It holds the heat the way skin holds a blush. Your back presses into it, and the warmth rises through you slowly. The ship rises. You rise. The ship falls. You fall. There is no difference between your body and the body of this vessel. You are part of the wood, part of the wave, part of the long, slow breath of the sea. Above you, the stars turn. So slowly you will never catch them moving. But they are. Wheeling westward, carrying the night toward the places you are going. The sails sigh. The hull groans its low, contented song. The water whispers against the bow. And somewhere ahead, beyond the curve of the dark horizon, the air is growing thicker, warmer. It smells of rain, and green things, and spice. But that is still many waves away. For now, just this, the rise, the fall, the stars, the rise, the fall, the stars. And then, one morning that you barely remember waking into, the stars are gone. The sky has lowered itself. It hangs above the masts like a gray silk curtain, heavy with water it has carried from jungles you will never see. The air has changed. It is thick now, so thick you can feel it press against your chest when you breathe. Warm and wet and sweet with the smell of green things rotting and growing at the same time. The ocean has narrowed. On both sides of the ship, far away but visible through the haze, there is land, low and dark, a tangle of mangrove and palm that seems to breathe with its own slow rhythm. This is the Strait of Malacca, the thinnest passage between two oceans, a corridor of shallow green water barely 40 miles wide, pressed between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula, like a river caught between two sleeping giants. And the fleet has stopped. Not because something is wrong, because the wind has stopped. This is the place where the monsoons meet. The great northeast wind that carried you here from Nanjing dies in this strait. It has pushed you as far as it can. And the southwest monsoon, the wind that will carry you across the Indian Ocean to India and beyond, has not yet been born. Between the two winds, there is nothing. Stillness. A pause in the breathing of the planet. The sails hang limp. The great red canvas that swelled so proudly on the open sea now rests against the masts like curtains in a room with no breeze. The water beneath the hull is flat, almost oily. It reflects the gray sky so perfectly that the ship seems to float between two identical worlds. Every fleet that has ever crossed between east and west has waited here. Arab dhows, Indian junks, Javanese outriggers. They have all sat in this same stillness, in this same thick air, watching the sky for the sign that the winds are turning. Weeks, sometimes. There's nothing to do but wait. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath slow to match the pace of a world that has stopped moving. And then the rain begins. Not with warning, not with thunder. It simply appears, 1,000 warm drops arriving all at once, as though the sky has quietly decided to dissolve. It falls on the deck around you, each drop heavy and round. You hear them strike the wood like fingertips on a drum. Soft, patient, endless. The rain is warmer than your skin. It runs down your arms, and it feels like the air itself has learned to touch you. The teak darkens beneath it. It releases a deep, sweet smell. Old wood and old rain meeting again as they have met for centuries in this very strait. Through the rain, lights appear. Small, amber, trembling. Lanterns hanging from the bows of wooden boats so small they could fit inside the shadow of your ship. Dozens of them. Drifting toward the fleet from the haze like fireflies over a dark field. The floating market of the strait. It comes to you because you are too vast to go to it. 300 ships at anchor. 28,000 mouths to feed. An entire city waiting in the rain. You lean against the wet railing and look down. A woman in a narrow canoe holds up a basket. You cannot see inside, but the smell reaches you before she speaks. Pepper. Black pepper, so fresh the oils bead on the surface of each corn like tiny drops of dark rain. The scent rises through the humid air and prickles at the back of your throat. Sharp, alive, older than any dynasty. Behind her, another boat. A man lifts a cloth bundle and peels back the fabric. Cloves. The sweetness hits you like a memory you cannot place. Thick and aching and impossibly rich. These cloves were not grown here. They come from a handful of volcanic islands 1,000 miles to the east. The Moluccas. tiny specks of land in a sea so remote that most of the world does not know they exist. They grow nowhere else on Earth. And beside the cloves, nutmeg. Rounder, warmer, a smell like wood smoke wrapped in honey. It comes from an even smaller place, the Banda Islands, 10 volcanic peaks rising from the deep ocean, so isolated that the birds there have never learned to fear humans. A single sack of what you are smelling now, if carried to the cold, gray markets of Bruges or Venice, would purchase a house, a large one, with land. Decades from now, fleets from the west will cross oceans to find these tiny islands. Empires will clash to control the trees that grow here. They will build heavy stone fortresses on volcanic rock. The course of history will be forever changed for this very scent. But tonight, in the rain, it is simply handed up in a basket. And in return, a crate of porcelain is lowered down, blue and white, painted with dragons and clouds by hands in Jingdezhen 4 months ago, in a world that feels as distant as a dream. This is how trade works under the shadow of the treasure fleet. Quietly. Zheng He has not come to conquer this strait. He has come to order it. His officers distribute gifts, silk, gold, the official Ming calendar, which declares what year it is and what season governs the planting of rice. They offer standard weights and measures so that a pound of pepper in Malacca means the same as a pound of pepper in Nanjing. It is not an empire built by the sword. It is an empire built by the scale, by the shared agreement of what things weigh and what time it is, and the quiet understanding that 300 ships at anchor make argument unnecessary. The lanterns rock gently in the rain. Voices drift up from the water. Malay, Tamil, Javanese, Arabic. They blend together into a low murmur, indistinguishable from the rain itself, a lullaby sung in every language at once. From the distant shore, beyond the curtain of rain, smoke rises. Cooking fires, charcoal and coconut husk, something roasting that smells of caramel and earth. Spice, then smoke, smoke, then rain, rain, then spice. You breathe it in, and you hold it, and you let it go. The hours pass like water beneath a hull. And then, sometime before dawn, you feel it. On your cheek. A breath. Faint, warm, coming from the southwest. The monsoon is turning. The navigator stands at the stern. He holds a wet finger to the air and closes his eyes. He stays like this for a long time. Then he opens his eyes and nods. The lanterns on the water scatter. The small boats pull away, dissolving into the mist like embers cooling in the dark. The murmur of voices fades until it is only rain, and then not even rain. The sails shudder. Canvas shifts against bamboo. A creak runs through the rigging like a long sigh. The wind fills the sails from behind, gently, firmly, the way a hand rests on the small of your back and guides you forward. The fleet begins to move. Ahead, beyond the mouth of the strait, the Indian Ocean waits. Wider than any sea you have ever known, deep enough to swallow mountains, dark enough to hold every secret the world has ever kept. The scent of cloves still lingers on the railing beneath your fingers. It will stay there for weeks. A ghost of the Banda Islands, carried in the grain of the wood, sailing with you now into the deep water. The strait is behind you now. The land on both sides has fallen away like hands releasing you into open water. And the ocean has changed. You feel it in the rhythm of the ship. The short, shallow rocking of the strait is gone. In its place, something vast, something slow. The swells here are enormous, but they are gentle. long, rolling hills of water that take 10 seconds to pass beneath the hull. The ship climbs one side, pauses at the crest, and slides down the other in a long, slow exhale that pulls your stomach toward your spine. Over and over. The Indian Ocean. There is no land ahead for 2,000 miles. No reef, no island. Only water so deep that if you dropped a stone from the bow, it would fall for 3 miles before it touched the bottom. And yet you are not afraid. Your body knows why, even if your mind has not yet found the words. It is the ship. Go below. Down the wide staircase, past the silk and the porcelain and the sleeping crew. Deeper. The air is warmer here, denser. It smells of camphor and bilge water and the faint, sweet ghost of cloves that has worked its way into every surface of this ship. Now press your hand against the wall. Feel it. This is not a wall. It is a bulkhead. A solid partition of camphor wood, 6 inches thick, sealed with layers of tung oil and lime until it is as waterproof as stone. There is another one behind you, and another ahead. The hull of this ship is not one hollow space. It is divided into dozens of sealed chambers, a grid of watertight compartments, each one independent, each one a ship within a ship. If the hull is pierced, one compartment floods, only one. The others hold. The ship sails on. Chinese shipwrights have known this secret for 500 years. They learned it, some say, from watching the inside of a bamboo stalk, how it is divided into sealed segments by thin, hard walls, how each segment holds its own air, its own water, how the stalk bends but does not break. European ships will not learn this for another 4 centuries. But you do not think about Europe tonight. You think about bamboo and the quiet genius of watching a reed grow beside a river and understanding what it has to teach. Press your cheek against the bulkhead. It is cool, smooth from the lacquer. You can feel the ocean on the other side, a low pulse, a heartbeat that is not yours. You are standing inside the ribcage of something vast and alive, and it will not let you drown. Climb back up. Slowly. The night air finds you again, warm and wide. Near the stern, a lantern burns behind a screen of oiled paper. Its light falls on a small table bolted to the deck. And on the table, a bronze bowl. Walk toward it. The bowl is the width of your 2 palms, filled to the brim with water. Still water. Perfectly still, even as the ship sways beneath it. Floating on the surface, a sliver of iron, a needle magnetized by lodestone and set upon a tiny raft of wood no bigger than a fingernail. It points south. Always south. The water compass. Watch how the water absorbs the rocking of the ship. The bowl tilts with the deck, but the surface stays level, and the needle stays true. A small, quiet miracle of physics, repeated every second of every hour of every day of this crossing. The navigator sits beside it. He does not touch it. He simply watches. The way you watch a candle flame. The way you watch your own breath when you are trying to fall asleep. In his other hand, he holds a flat piece of wood, square, no larger than a book. A Changxingban, a guiding starboard. He lifts it to arm's length and closes one eye. Along the bottom edge, he aligns the horizon. Along the top, he finds a star. Not just any star. Polaris, the northern nail around which the entire sky revolves. The width of the board between the horizon and the star tells him exactly how far north he is, to the width of a finger. He has 12 boards of different sizes, each one a different distance, a different latitude, a different chapter in a book written not in ink, but in the space between the sea and the stars. He lowers the board. He makes a mark on a chart you cannot read. He knows exactly where you are. In the middle of 2,000 miles of nothing, on a dark ocean, on a moonless night, he knows. It is 1405. In Portugal, Prince Henry has not yet built his navigation school at Sagres. Columbus will not be born for another 46 years. Vasco da Gama will not round the tip of Africa for another 93. The great European age of exploration is still a dream waiting to be dreamt. And here, beneath your feet, a floating city of 28,000 people crosses the widest ocean on Earth with the confidence of a man walking home in the dark because he has walked that road 1,000 times. The needle points south. The stars wheel overhead. The bulkheads hold. You lie down on the deck. The wood is warm. It has stored the heat of the equatorial sun all day, and now it gives it back to you, slowly, the way the earth gives back warmth on a summer night long after the light is gone. The ship rises. You rise. The ship falls. You fall. But falling here is not falling. It is being lowered, gently, by something so large and so patient that trust is not a choice. It is simply what your body does. The compass needle drifts in its bowl of still water. The navigator breathes. The bulkheads hold. And somewhere ahead, beyond the dark curve of the ocean, the water is growing shallower. The color of the sea is changing from black to green, though you cannot see it yet. There is land ahead. You can smell it the way you smell rain before it arrives. A warmth in the wind, a thickness, the scent of earth and something sharp and golden. Turmeric. India. But it is still many waves away. So let the ship carry you. Let the deep water hold you. Let the ancient stars turn above you in their slow, eternal wheel. The needle points the way. The bulkheads hold. And you are safe. The bulkheads hold, and you are safe. And then, on a morning when the light comes not from above but from ahead, you see it. A thin green line. Low on the horizon, almost indistinguishable from the sea. But the birds know. They have been circling the masts since dawn. White birds with long, curved wings, riding the wind in slow spirals, calling to each other in high, thin voices that sound like questions, asked in a language made entirely of vowels. The water has changed color. The deep black of the open ocean has given way to green, then to turquoise, then to a pale, milky jade that means sand is rising beneath the hull. The Malabar coast, the Pepper coast, the Spice shore, the western edge of India, where the land meets the Arabian Sea and has been meeting it for so long that the sand itself smells of cardamom. The fleet drops anchor in the wide harbor of Calicut. The chains uncoil with a deep, iron groan. Link by link, they slide through the hawse holes and plunge into the warm water. You feel the vibration run through the deck and up through the soles of your feet and into your bones. Then stillness. The ship settles. The rocking softens. You are held between the anchor below and the sky above, and neither one is going anywhere. Calicut. It is 1405, and this is the richest port on Earth. Not the largest, not the loudest, the richest. For 1,000 years, every merchant who wanted pepper, every trader who sought gemstones, every ship carrying cotton or teak or cinnamon has come here. Greek traders knew this coast. Roman coins have been found in its soil. Arab merchants have kept houses here for generations, raising families, learning Malayalam, praying in mosques built from Indian wood. The ruler of this coast is the Zamorin. He does not come to the harbor. He does not need to. His kingdom has been conducting trade with the world since before the Ming dynasty existed. Instead, his officials come. They arrive in long, low boats with carved prows. They climb the rope ladders of the treasure ships slowly, with the unhurried dignity of men who have done this with every fleet from every empire that has ever anchored in their waters. You watch from the upper deck. The air is hot, a different heat than the strait. Drier, brighter. The sun presses on the back of your neck like a warm stone. Below you, on the main deck, a canopy has been erected. Red silk stretched over bamboo poles, casting a square of deep shade. Beneath it, Zheng He's officers sit cross-legged on one side. The Zamorin's merchants sit on the other. Between them, a low table. And on the table, a brass scale. It is beautiful. Two shallow pans suspended from a central beam by chains so fine they look like thread. It is polished until it glows. It has weighed sapphires and cinnamon and the fate of treaties. An Indian merchant reaches into a leather pouch. He pours black peppercorns into the left pan. They rattle against the brass like a handful of tiny stones. You hear each one land. Tick, 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 tick. Black gold. In the cold markets of Alexandria, these peppercorns will be worth their weight in silver. In the courts of Europe, they will season the tables of kings who do not know the name of the tree that grew them, or the hands that picked them in the monsoon rain. On the right pan, a Chinese officer places a bolt of silk, pale blue. It catches the light beneath the canopy and shimmers like water remembering the sky. The scale trembles. Dips left. More silk is added. The pans balance. They hang perfectly level, swaying in the faintest breath of coastal wind. The Indian merchant writes a figure on a palm leaf with a brass stylus. The numerals are precise, elegant, curved symbols that flow across the leaf like music notation. These are the numerals the world will one day call Arabic, but they were born here, in India. Conceived by Hindu mathematicians who understood 0 centuries before the rest of the world had a name for nothing. The Chinese officer studies the figure. He nods. No voices are raised. No hands are slapped on tables. The mathematics speaks for itself. The weight speaks for itself. The scale does not lie, and both sides know how to read it. This is not conquest. This is grammar. The shared grammar of weight and measure and mutual recognition that your civilization is as old and as worthy as mine. Another pouch is opened. Sapphires. 3 of them, no larger than the nail of your smallest finger. They are placed on the brass pan, and they sit there, dark blue, almost black in the shade, holding the light of the Indian Ocean inside their facets like frozen water. Against them, porcelain. A single vase, blue and white, painted with a mountain scene so fine that the brushstrokes are thinner than eyelashes. The merchant holds it up to the light. He turns it slowly. He runs by one finger along the glaze. He smiles. From the shore, the wind carries new smells. Turmeric, deep and golden and slightly bitter, like the earth remembering the sun. Cardamom, green and sharp. It opens something at the top of your chest, behind your collarbone, a place you did not know could feel. And beneath them both, incense, sandalwood and camphor burning in a temple you cannot see. The smoke reaches you across the water in thin, wandering threads. It mixes with the salt air and becomes something sacred and ordinary at the same time. A temple bell rings. Low, bronze. It does not fade quickly. It hangs in the air the way heat hangs over sand. It vibrates at a frequency that you feel in your teeth and in the base of your skull and in the soft space behind your eyes. Another bell answers, further away, higher, and another. They overlap like ripples in a pond. The trade continues for days. But you do not count the days. You watch the brass scale dip and balance, dip and balance. You hear the peppercorns fall like rain on metal. You smell the turmeric deepen in the afternoon heat. You feel the temple bells dissolve into the warm wind. And slowly, the cargo holds fill. Where there was silk, now there is pepper. Where there was porcelain, now there are sapphires wrapped in cotton, sacks of cardamom stacked beside bundles of cinnamon bark, rubies the color of the sunset nested in boxes of Indian sandalwood. The ship sits lower in the water now. You can feel it. Heavier, steadier. The swells that once lifted you so easily now barely move the hull. The Zamorin's merchants descend the rope ladders for the last time. Their boats pull away from the fleet. One of them raises a hand. Not a wave. A gesture. An acknowledgement between equals that what has been exchanged is fair, and that the sea will bring them together again. The anchor chains groan. Link by link, they rise from the water, dripping, heavy with the salt of the Malabar coast. The sails unfurl. But the fleet does not turn east. It turns west. Further. Into waters the star charts barely name, past the Arabian Peninsula, past Hormuz, past the incense coast of Yemen, toward a continent the crew speaks of only in whispers. Africa. The temple bells of Calicut fade behind you, but their vibration stays in the wood, in the brass of the compass bowl, in the bones of your hands where you gripped the railing. The wind is warm, the ship is heavy with treasure, and the ocean ahead is older than anything you have ever known. The wind changes. You have grown so accustomed to the wet, heavy monsoon air that you do not notice at first, but your skin does. It is drier. The moisture that clung to your arms for weeks, that fine tropical film of salt and humidity, begins to evaporate. Your skin tightens, cools. And the smell. It is not the sea. It comes from beyond the sea, from land you cannot yet see, a scent that has traveled across savannas so wide they make oceans seem modest. Red earth. Dry grass. Dust that has not known rain in months, baked by a sun fiercer than any you have felt, carried on a wind that has crossed the body of an entire continent before finding you here, on this dark water. Africa. You have sailed further west than any fleet from the Middle Kingdom has ever gone. The navigators know this. You can see it in the way they study the sky, not with the calm patience of the open ocean crossing, with something quieter, something closer to reverence. Because the stars are wrong. Not wrong. New. The constellations that guided you from Nanjing have drifted toward the northern horizon. Some have disappeared entirely, sinking below the edge of the world, as though the sea has swallowed them. Polaris, the northern nail, the fixed star around which the navigator built his every calculation. It is gone. It sits so low now that the curve of the earth hides it behind a permanent haze of sea and atmosphere. The guiding starboards are useless for a star you cannot find. In its place, the navigator has learned to read the Southern Cross. 4 bright stars arranged in a kite that hangs low over the water to the south. He holds a different board to his eye, measures a different distance, writes new marks on a chart that is being drawn for the first time. No one has written this chart before. He is writing the edge of the known world, and the ink is starlight. The coast appears at dusk. A low, dark line, flat. Not the tangled green of Malacca or the bright sand of the Malabar. This coast is the color of rust, of dried blood, of earth that has been old for so long it has forgotten what young means. Malindi. A Swahili port, built from coral stone and mangrove wood. Its towers are white in the last light of the sun. Its harbor is crowded with dhows, their triangular sails folded like the wings of resting birds. The fleet anchors offshore. The chains descend into water that is warm and clear and so shallow you can see the white sand of the bottom glowing faintly, 20 feet below, like a second moon. And then, night. A night so quiet it has weight. The African shore makes no sound you can name. No temple bells, no market hum, only the wind. Dry and vast and carrying somewhere deep inside it, the low vibration of distances your mind cannot hold. And from the darkness beyond the shore, sounds you have never heard. A call, high and strange and lonely, rising from the black grasslands and falling away like a question that does not expect an answer. Then silence. Then another call, deeper, further away. Animals whose names you do not know, speaking to each other across the dark in a language that was old before humans learned to speak. You stand at the railing and listen. The moon rises, full, enormous. It clears the flat horizon and pours silver across the water and the coral towers and the deck where you are standing. And in this light, you see them bringing something aboard. A gangplank has been lowered to a wide, flat barge. Crewmen line both sides, holding lanterns. They are silent. Something is walking up the gangplank. Slowly. You hear the hooves first. Heavy, deliberate. Each step lands on the thick wood with a deep, padded thud that you feel in the deck before you hear it in the air. Thud. 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 And then you see the neck. It rises above the lantern light, above the heads of the crewmen, above the railing. It rises, and it does not stop. A giraffe. 18 feet of silence and impossible grace, walking up a wooden plank onto a ship in the moonlight on the coast of Africa. Its coat is pale gold, mottled with patches of brown that look, in this light, like continents on an ancient map. Its eyes are enormous, dark, fringed with lashes so long they cast shadows on its cheeks. It looks at you. It does not flinch. It does not hurry. It simply looks with the calm, depthless patience of an animal that has never known a predator tall enough to reach it. The crew believes it is a kilin. The kilin, the celestial beast of Chinese mythology. A creature said to appear only in times of perfect harmony, only under the reign of a truly virtuous emperor. It walks on the earth but does not crush the grass. It harms no living thing. And here it is, walking across the deck of a treasure ship in the moonlight, its hooves making that slow, heavy sound against the teak. Thud. Thud. Passes close to you. You feel its breath, warm, slow, dry like the Orphican wind itself. It smells of grass and dust and something ancient and vegetable and good. It does not look at you again. It follows its handler down into the hold, lowering its impossible neck to clear the beams, and the sound of its hooves fades below deck like a heartbeat moving away from you in a dream. You stand in the moonlight. The dry wind touches your face. The strange stars burn overhead. The Southern Cross hangs where Polaris should be, and the sky feels inverted, as though you have sailed not just to the other side of the ocean, but to the other side of the world itself. This is as far as they go. You feel it before anyone speaks it, a stillness in the fleet, a held breath. The ships sit at anchor, and for one long, quiet night, they simply exist at the edge of everything that has ever been known. And then, before dawn, the anchors rise. The chains groan, the sails unfurl, but this time the bow swings slowly, slowly, until the strange stars are behind you and the dry wind is on the back of your neck instead of your face. East. Home. The giraffe stands in the hold below your feet, silent, patient, a myth made real, sailing east across the dark water toward an emperor who will weep when he sees it. The African shore fades, the rust-colored coast dissolves into haze, the animal calls disappear into the wind. And the ocean opens before you again, familiar now, known. The water that carried you here will carry you back. The stars will shift. Night by night, Polaris will climb back from the horizon. The constellations will return to their proper places, and the air will cool, and the wind will taste of home. But that is still many waves away. For now, the ship turns east, and the deep water holds you, and the journey back has begun. The journey back has begun, and it is different. The sea is the same, the wind is the same, but something in the ship has changed. Something in you has changed. The urgency is gone. There is no unknown ahead, no edge of the map pulling you forward. There is only the long, slow unwinding of a thread that was stretched across half the world, now gathering itself back, turn by gentle turn. The fleet sails east, and the stars begin to come home. On the first night, you notice it. A faint light on the northern horizon, so dim it could be a ship's lantern, so low it could be a reflection on the water. But it is not. It is Polaris, climbing back. 1 degree above the horizon, then 2. Each night, as the fleet moves north and east, the star rises a little higher, a little brighter, as though it has been waiting beneath the rim of the world for you to return, and now it is lifting its head to watch you come. The navigator sees it too. He takes out the guiding starboards he has not used since the Strait of Malacca. He holds the first one to his eye, too small. He puts it down, picks up the next. He measures the distance between Polaris and the horizon, nods, writes a figure on his chart. He knows exactly how far from home you are. He has translated the entire journey into the language of stars and angles, and now he is reading it backward. A sentence that took months to write, being read from the last word to the first. And it still makes perfect sense. The Southern Cross sinks behind you, night by night. It drops toward the southern horizon the way Polaris once dropped toward the north. The sky is rotating. The world is righting itself. The constellations are returning to the positions you knew as a child. And the ship is heavy. You feel it in the way the hull moves through the water. Deeper, slower. The swells that once tossed the bow now barely lift it. The treasure ship is laden with the weight of the world. Below your feet in the sealed compartments, the cargo has changed. The silk is gone. The porcelain is gone. In their place, black pepper from the Malabar coast. Sacks of it stacked to the ceiling of the hold, filling the darkness with a sharp, warm scent that will never fully leave this wood. Sapphires from Calicut. Rubies wrapped in Indian cotton. Cardamom and cinnamon and sandalwood. Amber and ivory from the Swahili coast. And below all of it, in a special hold lined with straw, a giraffe that sleeps standing up, its long neck swaying with the rhythm of the ship like a mast that has learned to dream. The fleet carries enough treasure to stun an empire. but it carries something heavier than treasure. It carries knowledge. Charts of coastlines that no Chinese eye has ever seen. Drawings of animals that no Chinese brush has ever painted. Words in languages that no Chinese ear has ever heard. Transcribed phonetically by scribes who sat in foreign markets and listened and wrote and did not understand, but knew that understanding would come later. They have mapped half the world. From Nanjing to Malindi, from the Yangtze to the coast of Africa, a distance so vast that if you walked it, you would wear through a dozen pairs of shoes and still not be halfway. And they did it in wood, with wind, with a needle floating in a bowl of water, with starlight and mathematics and the patient conviction that the ocean is not an abyss but a road. You are tired now. A deep tiredness, not the tiredness of effort, the tiredness of completion, the heavy, warm exhaustion that comes after something enormous has been done, and there is nothing left but to rest. Go below. One last time. Down the wide stairs. The air closes around you, warmer, thicker. The sounds of the deck, the wind, the sails, the spray, fall away behind you like a curtain drawn shut. The corridor is dim. A single lantern sways from a hook, casting a pool of amber light that moves with the ship. Back and forth, back and forth. The wood around you is saturated now. Months of spice have seeped into every plank, every beam, every joint and peg and seam. The air in this corridor is layered. Pepper beneath clove, clove beneath cardamom, cardamom beneath the deep, sweet ghost of sandalwood incense that has traveled with you since Calicut. You reach your hammock. It hangs in a row of others, canvas slung between two beams, curved like a cupped hand. You lower yourself into it. Slowly. The canvas takes your weight. It wraps around your shoulders, your hips, your legs. It holds you the way water holds a stone that has finally stopped skipping. The rocking is different down here. Smaller, deeper. The sharp pitch and roll of the deck is filtered through 60 feet of wood and ballast. What reaches you is a slow, heavy sway. Left. Right. Left. Right. The ocean's heartbeat, heard from inside the body of the ship. Through the hull, you hear the water. Not as waves, not as spray, as a low, continuous rushing. A murmur, a sound so constant and so even that it becomes silence. It becomes the sound of your own blood in your own ears. Your arms are heavy. Your legs are heavy. Your eyelids are so heavy they have their own gravity. The lantern sways. The amber light moves across the ceiling like a slow, warm hand smoothing a blanket. Somewhere above you, the navigator watches Polaris climb. Somewhere below you, the giraffe sleeps standing, its heartbeat as slow as the tide. Somewhere ahead, across the dark water, the Yangtze waits to welcome you home. But you will not be awake to see it. Your breathing has slowed. It matches the sway of the hammock. It matches the rush of the water through the hull. It matches the slow turning of the stars above the masts. Everything is the same rhythm now. The ship and the ocean and the stars and your breath. One rhythm. One slow, deep, ancient pulse. Carrying you home. Carrying you down. Carrying you toward the softest, deepest, most complete rest you have ever known. The wood remembers every mile. And so somewhere inside you, do you? But you do not need to hold those memories tonight. Let them settle, like sediment in still water, like spice in old wood. Let them keep. The ship knows the way. The ship knows the way, and you are asleep. The fleet sails on without you. through the strait, through the shallows, through the warm, familiar waters of the South China Sea. You do not feel the river take hold of the hull. You do not hear the gongs of Nanjing. You do not see the emperor's men standing on the dock in their silk robes, waiting to weep at the sight of a giraffe descending a gangplank in the morning light. You sleep through all of it, and that is as it should be. The journey is complete. In the years to come, the fleet will sail again, 6 more times, to India, to Africa, to the edge of the known world and back. And then it will stop. A new emperor will sit on the dragon throne. He will look inward instead of outward. He will issue a decree. The ships will be left to rot in the harbor where they were born. The greatest fleet the world has ever seen will return to silence. The wood will soften. The masts will fall. The sails will dissolve into the rain. And the river will take the rest. But tonight, none of that has happened. Tonight, the sails are full. The hull is whole. The compass needle points true in its bowl of still water. 28,000 souls are breathing together in the dark. The spice is in the wood. The stars are in their places. The ocean remembers every mile. And you are safe. You are carried. You are home. Sleep now. The deep water will hold you until morning. Close your eyes. Let your shoulders fall. Let the weight of the day leave your hands, your fingertips, the small bones of your wrists. Whatever was urgent this morning is not urgent now. The emails, the notifications, the blinking screens, they are dimming, growing smaller, like city lights seen from an airplane climbing slowly into the dark. And you are climbing too, not upward, but inward, toward a quieter room. Imagine now that the air around you is changing. The dry hum of electricity fades. The sterile glow of fluorescent light softens into something warm, something amber, something alive. You smell it first, a faint sweetness, vegetal, earthy. It is rapeseed oil, burning slowly inside a small clay lamp. The flame is no larger than a grain of rice. It trembles, and the shadows on the walls tremble with it. You are standing at the entrance of a wooden workshop, Edo, Japan, sometime in the deep hours past midnight. The year does not matter. It is somewhere in the long, quiet centuries when this city breathed differently, when the fastest thing in the world was a horse at full gallop, when a single woodblock print could take weeks to finish. You step inside. The floor is cool beneath your bare feet. Smooth, pale wood, zelkova, worn by decades of careful footsteps. Each plank fitted so precisely that your toes find no seam between them. The air inside is different from the air outside. It is layered. There is the oil lamp, yes, but beneath it, the dry, papery scent of hinoki cypress shavings, curled in a small pile beside the workbench. And beneath that, something mineral, something cold and ancient. The smell of inkstone, solid ink, ground for hours against water. The room is small, no more than 8 tatami mats across. The ceiling is low, close, protective. Against the far wall, a wooden shelf holds dozens of ceramic jars, each one sealed with waxed paper and twine. Inside them, pigments. You do not know their names yet, but you can sense their colors even in this half-darkness. On the workbench, and this is where your eyes settle, there is a single block of wood, wild cherry, Yamazakura. It has been planned so flat that the lamplight slides across its surface like water across glass. Run your finger along it. Feel that. The grain is impossibly tight. Hundreds of summers compressed into lines so fine they feel like silk under your thumb. Somewhere in the corner of the room, a man is sitting. His back is to you. He is very still. You hear his breathing first, slow, measured. The breath of someone who has been awake for many hours and has forgotten the concept of hurry. In his right hand, he holds a chisel. The handle is bamboo, darkened by years of grip. The blade, a sliver of forged steel, catches the lamplight and throws a hair-thin line of gold across the ceiling. He does not move. He is looking at the woodblock, reading the grain, deciding where to enter. And then, a sound. So small you might miss it. The softest whisper of steel parting the surface of the wood. Shh. A curl of cherry rises from the block, paper-thin, translucent. It catches the lamplight for a moment, glowing like a tiny amber feather, and then falls silently onto the bench. Shh. Another stroke. The carver's hand does not shake. His wrist is locked. Only his fingers move, adjusting pressure in increments so small they are measured not in distance but in feeling. This is the sound you will fall asleep to tonight. The ancient, rhythmic whisper of a chisel moving through wild cherry wood. Outside, beyond the paper screens, rain has begun to fall on Edo. You cannot see it, but you can hear it. A soft percussion on ceramic roof tiles, irregular, gentle, like fingertips tapping on the lid of a wooden box. The rain and the chisel find a rhythm together. Ch, tap, tap, ch, tap. And the oil lamp flickers, and the shadows sway, and the scent of cherry wood and rapeseed oil settles around you like a blanket drawn up to your chin. You are here now, in a workshop at the edge of sleep, in a city of 1 million souls, all of them dreaming. Stay. There is so much left to see. The carver sets down his chisel. He reaches for a small ceramic bowl filled with water. He dips a cloth into it, just the corner, and wipes the surface of the block. The water darkens the wood, and the faintest ghost of an image appears. Lines, curves, the beginning of something you almost recognize. But not yet. The image is still buried inside the wood, layer beneath layer, waiting to be freed. And you are sinking now, settling into the quiet, into the warmth of this small room. Let the sound of the chisel carry you. Shh. Shh. The night in Edo is very long, and it has only just begun. The rain has softened. It is no longer tapping on the roof tiles. It is resting against them. A quiet pressure, like a palm laid flat against a window. Inside the workshop, the oil lamp has burned lower. The flame has found its slowest rhythm, a pulse so faint it barely moves the shadows anymore. But there is another light now. At the far edge of the paper screen, a thin line of gray has begun to separate the sky from the rooftops. Not dawn, not yet. The rumor of dawn, the hour when the darkness becomes aware of its own ending. The carver has not slept. His back is still curved over the workbench. His left hand still rests on the surface of the woodblock, steadying it the way you might steady a sleeping child's head. He has been working for 5 hours, perhaps 6. He has not counted. Counting belongs to the daytime, to merchants, to calendars, not to this room. Look at the block beneath his hand. It is Yamazakura, mountain cherry, wild cherry. Not the ornamental cherry you may have seen in photographs, the pale, weeping kind planted in parks for their blossoms. This is something different. Yamazakura grows slowly, in poor soil, on the steep, shaded slopes of mountains in Izu and Hakone, where the winters are long and the summers never fully warm the roots. A tree that grows slowly grows tightly. The grain compresses, year after year, ring after ring, until the wood becomes so dense, so uniformly close, that a chisel moves through it the way a needle moves through wax. This is why the carvers chose it. Not pine. Pine is too soft. The blade wanders. Not oak. Oak is too hard. The blade fights. Cherry surrenders. But precisely. It gives the carver exactly what he asks for. No more. No less. The block on the bench was cut from the trunk over a year ago. It was sawn along the plank grain, with the rings not across them, because a wood block must be carved on its broadest, smoothest face. After cutting, it was soaked, submerged in a wooden trough of cold river water for 3 days. Then it was dried, slowly, in shade, never in sun. Sun dries wood too quickly. It creates tension between the outer layers and the still damp core. The block would crack, split along invisible fault lines like a frozen pond giving way beneath a footstep. So they dried it in shade, for weeks, sometimes months, turning it, watching it, waiting for the moisture to leave evenly, gently, the way sleep leaves a body in the morning. Not all at once, but in slow, quiet layers. And then it was planned. A craftsman sat cross-legged on the workshop floor with a long-handled kana, a pulling plane, the blade set at a low angle, drawn toward the body instead of pushed away. Shh. Long, slow strokes, each one removing a shaving so thin you could read through it. Shh. The sound of the kana is different from the chisel. Wider, softer, like a long exhalation through barely parted lips. When the planing was finished, the surface of the block was not merely flat. It was true. If you placed a drop of water at one corner, it would sit there, perfectly still, not rolling, not spreading, just resting in the shallow well of its own surface tension. This is the block the carver is working on tonight. And what he is carving is the most important block in the entire process. The key block. In Japanese, it is called the hanshita, the underdrawing block, the master line, the skeleton upon which every color, every shade, every finished print will be built. Here is what happened before this night began. An artist, the designer, drew the image with a fine brush on a sheet of thin paper. Translucent paper, Minagami. Every line of the composition was set down in black sumi ink. Every curve, every eyelash, every fold of fabric, every claw of foam on a wave's edge. And then this drawing was brought to the carver. He laid it face down on the surface of the cherry block. Face down. The image reversed, a mirror of itself. He pasted it there with thin rice glue, and with the tips of his fingers, the pads, not the nails, he rubbed the back of the paper until every fiber had married the wood. Then he waited for it to dry. And now, in this small room, in this gray hour before dawn, he is cutting. He is cutting away everything that is not a line. Think about that. He does not carve the lines themselves. He carves the space around them, the negative space, the silence between the notes. Each black line of the artist's drawing must be left standing as a thin ridge of wood rising from the block's surface. The ridges will hold the ink. The valleys will hold nothing. And when paper is pressed against the block, only the ridges will speak. The chisel he uses now is called a komasuki. It is a clearing chisel, wider than the one he used earlier. The blade is flat, angled slightly upward, and it scoops the waste wood in shallow, curving passes. Shkola, 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 Small chips of cherry scatter across the bench, pale, almost white, like the petals of the tree they once belonged to. But for the finest lines, the hair-thin outlines of a face, the trembling edge of a kimono sleeve, he switches to a different blade. The two. A knife, not a chisel, held almost vertically. The point entering the wood at the very edge of the ink line and traveling along it the way a river follows the lowest contour of a valley. He does not push the two through the wood. He guides it. And beneath the blade, the cherry opens, cleanly, without splinter, without complaint. Shh. He makes 2 cuts for every line, one on each side, angled inward so that the base of the ridge is slightly wider than its top. A ridge with a wider base will not snap under pressure. It will hold, print after print, hundreds of impressions, thousands. This is not art alone. It is engineering. Tiny, silent engineering performed by candlelight, with a blade the width of a fingernail. The first birds are beginning to call. You hear them faintly through the paper walls. Not a song yet, just single notes, testing the air, asking if it is morning. The carver does not look up. His world is 8 inches wide and 12 inches long, the dimensions of the block. Nothing beyond its edges exists. He reaches for a small brass tool shaped like a flattened spoon, a scooping gouge, the aisuki. With this, he clears the larger open areas, the sky above a mountain, the empty water beneath a boat, removing wood in broad, shallow strokes until the surface is recessed just enough that it will not touch the paper during printing. Shf, shf, shf. The sound is rounder now, softer, like a spoon stirring dry sand. He pauses. He lifts the block and holds it at an angle to the gray light now entering through the screen. The low, raking light catches every ridge, every valley, every tiny imperfection. He turns the block slowly, reading the shadows. Shadows tell him what his fingers cannot. Where a ridge is too thick, he sees a shadow too wide. Where a valley is too shallow, he sees a shadow too faint. He sets the block down, picks up the 2 again. One correction, a single pass, barely a breath of pressure. Shh. The shadow changes. The line is right. Outside, the sky has turned the color of washi paper. Not white, not gray. That particular warmth between the two that has no name in English. The rain has stopped entirely now. In its place, a silence so complete that you can hear the oil lamp consuming its last fuel. A faint crackle, a tiny sigh of smoke, and then the flame goes out. It does not matter. The morning is here. Pale blue-gray light fills the workshop like water filling a bowl. Slowly, from the edges inward. The carver sets down his blade. He places both hands flat on the bench. He breathes. The key block is not finished. It will take 2 more nights, perhaps 3. But the most difficult lines are cut. The face, the hands, the wave's edge. He covers the block with a square of soft cloth, cotton, unbleached, the color of old cream. And somewhere, in a drawer you have not yet noticed, there are other blocks, blank ones, waiting. One for each color that the finished print will need. One for the pale blue of a distant mountain. One for the deep indigo of the sea. One for the gray of a rain-filled sky. And one block waiting for a color that has only recently arrived in Edo. A blue so vivid, so startlingly deep, that the printmakers call it Bero-ai. The blue from Berlin. But that is a story for later. For now, the carver rises from his bench. His knees crack softly. His shadow stretches across the floor toward the light. He slides the screen open, just a few inches. And the morning air enters, cool, damp, carrying the green scent of moss on roof tiles and the faintest trace of wood smoke from a neighbor's kitchen. He stands there, breathing, letting the night leave his lungs. And you stand behind him, breathing too. The workshop is quiet. The tools are still. The cherry block sleeps beneath its cloth. And somewhere in that block, beneath the ridges and the valleys, an image is waiting. Patient, silent, knowing that it has waited inside the wood for 100 years and can wait a little longer. The carver is sleeping now. He has unrolled a thin futon in the corner of the workshop, behind the shelf of pigment jars, and his breathing has become the slowest sound in the room. Long inhalation, pause, long exhalation. Like a tide that has forgotten the moon and moves now only from habit. But you are still awake, and you are not alone. There is a boy sitting on the floor near the workbench. He is perhaps 15, perhaps younger. It is difficult to tell. His hands look older than his face. He is the apprentice. He has been with the carver for 3 years. He is not yet permitted to touch the key block, not yet permitted to hold the toe. His task this morning is simpler and older, and in its own way, just as essential. He is grinding pigments. Before him on the floor is a flat stone slab. It is about the size of an open book, dark gray, slightly concave in the center from years of circular grinding. The depression is shallow, no deeper than a coin, but it is smooth, impossibly smooth, worn by 10,000 hours of the same slow motion. In the boy's right hand, a smaller stone, a muller, rounded on the bottom, flat on the top where his palm presses down. And between the two stones, a small mound of powder. Pale, cream-colored, almost weightless. It is gofun, shell white. Made from oyster shells, not fresh shells, old ones. Shells that have been left outdoors for years, 5 years, sometimes 10. Exposed to rain and sun and frost until the organic matter inside, the proteins, the faint smell of the sea, has been completely erased. What remains is pure calcium carbonate, mineral, odorless, eternal. The shells are then crushed, soaked in water, settled. The finest particles collected from the surface like cream skimmed from milk. And now the boy is grinding this powder even finer. Listen. A low, circular sound. Mineral against mineral, stone speaking to stone in a language that predates all human speech. He adds a few drops of water from a ceramic cup. The sound changes immediately. Softer now, wetter. The powder becomes a paste, thick and smooth, like wet porcelain, like something that has never known a rough edge. The boy works in circles, always circles, clockwise. His shoulder moves, his elbow moves, his wrist stays locked. The motion comes from the center of his body, not from his hand. This is something the carver taught him on his very first day. Do not grind with your fingers, grind with your stomach. Let the weight pass through you into the stone. Sure, sure. He will do this for 1 hour. Then he will set the white paste aside in a shallow dish covered with damp cloth, and he will open the next jar. Reach out with me now. Toward the shelf against the wall, the shelf of ceramic jars. In the morning light, you can see them clearly for the first time. There are perhaps 30, each one the size of a teacup, glazed in muted earth tones, ash gray, pale celadon, warm brown, each one sealed with a circle of waxed paper held in place by a loop of twisted hemp cord. And each one labeled A single brushstroke of black ink on a strip of mulberry paper pasted to the side. The boy sets down the muller, wipes his hands on his apron, reaches for a jar in the second row. He unties the cord, lifts the waxed paper, and the color rises to meet you before your eyes adjust. Red. Not the red of fire, not the red of blood. A softer red. A red that remembers being pink. This is Benny. Extracted from safflower petals. Carthamus tinctorius. A thistle-like plant that blooms yellow but hides its red deep inside the petal cells. To release it, the petals are soaked, washed, kneaded, fermented. The yellow bleeds out first. It is discarded. What remains, what stubbornly clings to the fibers of the flower, is this. This red that glows even in the bottom of a ceramic jar in a dim workshop on a Tuesday morning in Edo. The boy does not grind the beni. Not today. He replaces the paper, reties the cord. He moves to the next jar. This one is heavier. He steadies it with both hands. He opens it. Inside, the color is so dark it appears black at first, but tilt the jar toward the window light. There. Deep indigo. AI. The blue of the dyer's vat, made from the fermented leaves of the indigo plant, Persicaria tinctoria, which grows in the warm, rain-heavy provinces of Shikoku. The leaves are composted, heaped in mounds and turned every few days for 100 days, sprinkled with water, left to rot in a controlled, patient fermentation that transforms green leaf into blue powder. The smell of it, even through the jar, is sharp and vegetal, like crushed grass left in a jar of vinegar. It bites the back of your nose, not unpleasant, but insistent. This is the blue that has colored Japan for centuries, the blue of farmers' clothes, of Norin curtains hanging in shop doorways, of summer yukata. It is beautiful, it is everywhere, and it is not enough. Because indigo is difficult to print. It does not dissolve easily in water. It does not bind cleanly to the surface of a woodblock. It is a dyer's pigment, designed for cloth, not for paper. On a woodblock print, indigo can appear cloudy, uneven. It fades in sunlight. It lacks the clarity, the ringing depth that a printmaker dreams of. For 200 years, the printmakers of Edo worked within this limitation. They used indigo because it was all they had, and they compensated with skill, with patience, with compromise. And then one day, a new blue arrived. The boy reaches for a jar on the highest shelf. This jar is different from the others. It is smaller, sealed more carefully, the waxed paper doubled over, the cord wrapped 3 times instead of 2. It cost more than everything else on this shelf combined. He unties the cord slowly, lifts the paper, and the color inside is like nothing else in this room. Blue. But not the blue of indigo, not the blue of the sky, not the blue of the sea. A blue that seems to generate its own light. A blue so saturated, so structurally vivid, that it appears wet even when it is perfectly dry. Prussian blue. Barrow eye. The blue from Berlin. The boy dips a dry bamboo spatula into the jar and lifts out a small amount. The powder sits on the spatula like dark sapphire dust, dense, heavy for its volume, almost metallic in its intensity. He tips it onto the grinding stone. And even before he adds water, even as a dry mound no larger than a thumbnail, the pigment commands the room. Everything else, the white, the red, the indigo, recedes. He begins to grind. The sound is different from the shell white, harder, more resistant. There is grit in it, a faint metallic edge. Because this pigment is not organic. It was not grown in soil or harvested from petals or composted from leaves. It was made in a laboratory by accident. Close your eyes with me now. Leave the workshop for a moment. Leave Edo. Leave Japan. Travel west, across the sea, across the continent, across another sea. To a cold room in Berlin. The year is 1704. A color maker named Johann Jakob Diesbach is working at his bench. He's trying to make red. A specific red, Florentine lake, a pigment derived from cochineal insects, precipitated with an alkali solution, potash, and iron sulfate. He has done this many times before. The steps are routine. But today, he runs short of potash. He borrows a supply from a colleague, an alchemist named Johann Conrad Dippel, a strange, restless man who has been using the potash in his own experiments, distilling animal blood and bone into an oily substance he believes might be the elixir of life. Diesbach does not know this. He takes the borrowed potash, adds it to his mixture of cochineal and iron sulfate, and waits for red. Red does not come. Instead, the liquid in the flask turns pale, then purple, then, as if the color itself is making a decision, a deep and luminous blue unfolds from the center of the solution, like ink dropped into still water. Diesbach stares. The potash Dippel gave him was contaminated with blood-derived compounds, rich in nitrogen, rich in carbon. And when these compounds met the iron sulfate, they formed something that had never existed on Earth before. Iron ferrocyanide, a crystal lattice of iron and cyanide bonds so precisely arranged that it absorbs every wavelength of light except blue. It does not merely reflect blue, it insists upon it. Diesbach recognized immediately what he was holding. At the time, there were very few blue pigments available in Europe. Ultramarine, ground from lapis lazuli, was more expensive than gold. Smalt was dull and inconsistent. Indigo faded. And here, born from a mistake, born from borrowed potash and the residue of an alchemist's obsession, was a blue that was vivid, stable, reproducible, and inexpensive. They named it Preußisch Blau, Prussian blue. Within a decade, it was being manufactured across Europe. Within 2 decades, it had reached China, carried by Dutch and British traders along the maritime routes of the East India companies. And from China, in the holds of junks crossing the East China Sea, it came to Nagasaki. The only port in Japan open to foreign trade during 2 centuries of deliberate isolation. From Nagasaki, it traveled by road to Osaka, from Osaka by coastal vessel to Edo. And from the merchant houses of Edo, one small jar at a time, it found its way into the hands of the printmakers. Open your eyes now. You're back in the workshop. The boy has added water to the Prussian blue powder on the grinding stone. The paste forming under the muller is extraordinary. It is darker than the dry powder, wetter, denser, almost black at the center where the pigment is thickest. But at the edges, where the paste thins against the gray stone, it glows. A fierce, singing blue. The blue of a winter sky 1 hour after sunset. The blue of deep ocean seen from a cliff. The boy pauses. He lifts the muller, examines the paste. He touches it with the tip of his smallest finger. It is cool, slightly granular still, not yet fine enough. He lowers the muller, resumes. This pigment, this accident of borrowed potash and blood-stained alchemy, will change everything. It will give the printmakers of Edo a blue they have never had, a blue that does not fade, a blue that binds perfectly to the surface of a cherry wood block and transfers cleanly, brilliantly, to dampened washi paper. A blue that will color the sky above Hokusai's Fuji, the sea beneath his wave, the rain in Hiroshiga's storms. A blue that traveled from a cluttered laboratory in Berlin to this quiet room in Edo and arrived, after a century of patient migration, exactly where it was needed. The boy finishes grinding. He transfers the paste to a small ceramic dish, covers it with damp cloth. His fingers are stained. He holds them up to the morning light and studies them. Blue fingertips, blue crescents beneath the nails, blue in the fine lines of his knuckles. He does not wash his hands. He reaches for the next jar. There are more colors waiting on the shelf. Sumi black, made from the soot of burned pine mixed with animal glue. It smells of campfire and patience. Odo, yellow ochre, earth pigment, dug from riverbanks and dried in the sun. It smells of nothing. It smells of time. Warasoku brown, warm, quiet, the color of tea poured into an unglazed cup. Each color ground on the same stone, each color stored in its own small dish, each one waiting for the day the blocks are finished and the printer arrives to begin his work. But that day is still far off. For now, there is only the sound of stone against stone, and the carvers breathing from behind the shelf, and the morning light deepening from gray to gold. In the corner of the room, on the workbench, the key block rests beneath its cloth. The ridges inside are holding their shape. The lines are clean. The valleys are clear. And beside it, the blank blocks wait. One for each color, one for each pass through the press. One of them will carry the Prussian blue, that small jar's worth of accident and history and ocean crossings. But first it must be carved. And before it can be carved, the artist must decide exactly where the blue will fall. Which part of the sky, which depth of the water, which shadow on which mountain. That decision belongs to a man you have not yet met. A man who is, at this very moment, sitting in another room in another part of Edo, holding a brush so fine it contains only 7 hairs. A man who has changed his name 30 times. A man who believes he will not paint anything truly alive until he is 110 years old. His name, for now, is Hokusai, and he is waiting for you in the next room. Leave the workshop now. Quietly. The boy is still grinding. The carver is still sleeping. Neither will notice you are gone. Step through the doorway into the narrow street outside. The morning air presses against your skin, cool and damp. It has the weight of a cloth soaked in cold water and wrung out only once. The street is unpaved, packed earth, darkened by last night's rain. Your feet leave shallow impressions that fill slowly with water behind you. Edo is waking. But this part of the city wakes slowly. This is not the fish market, not the river docks. This is a district of makers, of quiet trades. You pass a paper merchant's shop, still shuttered. Through the wooden slats, the faint, clean smell of fresh washi drifts towards you like breath from a sleeping mouth. You pass a lacquerware workshop. The door is open. Inside, trays of black lacquer are drying in dust-free stillness. The smell is sharp and resinous. It clings to the back of your throat for 3 steps and then releases you. Walk further. Turn left at the wooden water barrel on the corner. The street narrows. The buildings lean closer together. The eaves almost touch above you, and the sky becomes a thin blue ribbon stretched between the rooftops. You are looking for a particular door. You will know it not by any sign or marking. You will know it by the chaos visible through the cracks. There. A sliding door, slightly off its track, One panel open, one closed. The closed one patched with a rectangle of paper that does not match the rest. Through the opening, you see disorder. Not the careful order of the carver's workshop, not the labeled jars and swept floors and tools in rows. This room is a storm that has agreed to stay indoors. Papers everywhere, sketches pinned to the walls, sketches piled on the floor, sketches curling on a low table beside cups of cold tea and dishes of dried ink and a sweet potato with one bite taken from it, abandoned days ago. Brushes, dozens of them, scattered like fallen chopsticks across every surface, some clean, most not. Inkstones with ink still wet in them, inkstones with ink dried to a black crust, inkstones stacked on top of each other because there is no room anywhere else. And in the center of this chaos, cross-legged on a thin cushion that has been mended so many times it is more thread than fabric, sits an old man. He is small, smaller than you expected. His shoulders are narrow. His head is large in proportion to his body. His hair is gray and uncombed and tied loosely at the back of his neck with a strip of indigo cloth. He is 70 years old, or perhaps 71. He has lost track. Age, like counting, is a concern for other people. His name. What is his name today? He's had so many. He was born Tokitaro. He became Shunro when he entered his first master studio at 18, then Sori, then Kako, then Taito, then Itsu, then Manji. 30 names in 70 years, each one shed like the skin of a cicada. Each one left behind when the work it represented no longer felt true. The name he uses now, the name the world will remember, is Katsushika Hokusai. Hokusai, which means roughly North Studio, a direction, a room, nothing personal, as if the man himself is merely the place where the work occurs. He does not look up as you enter. He is staring at a sheet of paper on the low table before him. The paper is large, the width of his outstretched arms, and on it, drawn in black ink, is an image you have seen before. Even if you do not know its name, you know this image. It lives somewhere in the deep library of pictures the modern world has placed inside your mind. A wave. An enormous, curling wave rising from the left side of the composition, its crest exploding into fingers of white foam that reach forward like claws. And beneath the wave, 3 long boats, slim as needles, their crews flattened against the hulls, tiny, fragile, mortal. And behind the wave, behind everything, in the distant center of the image, a mountain. Small, still, perfectly symmetrical. Fuji. The image is called Kanagawa Oki Nami Ura, under the wave off Kanagawa. The world will call it simply the Great Wave. And the old man is not satisfied with it. He has drawn this wave before, many times. The first attempt was 30 years ago. He was 40. The wave was stiff, illustrative. It looked like a picture of water rather than water itself. The second attempt, a decade later. Better. The curve was more alive, but the foam was wrong, too decorative, too polite. And now, this, the version that has taken 3 decades of seeing to arrive at. He leans closer to the paper. His face is inches from the ink. Look where he is looking. Not at the wave as a whole, not at the boats, not at the mountain. He is looking at the crest, at the place where the wave's upper edge curls forward and begins to break apart into fingers of spray. Look closer. Each finger of foam is not simply a splash, it is a smaller wave. And at the tip of each smaller wave, smaller still, tiny curls, hooks, each one a miniature echo of the great wave itself, Waves within waves. This is what Hokusai has seen. Not through mathematics. He does not know the word fractal. That word will not exist for another 250 years, when a mathematician named Benoit Mandelbrot will give a name to something that nature has been doing all along. But Hokusai has watched the sea. He has sat on the beaches of Kanagawa and Choshi and Enoshima for decades, watching, only watching. And he has seen what the sea does. It repeats itself. Not identically, not mechanically, but an echo. The shape of a wave is the shape of the ripple on its surface, and the shape of the ripple is the shape of the droplet at its crest. The large contains the small remembers the large. The pattern persists across every scale of observation. This is fractal geometry. And Hokusai has drawn it with a brush. Now look at the curve of the wave's body. Follow it with me. Begin at the base, where the water rises from the bottom of the image. It climbs, steeply at first. The line is almost vertical. The water gathering force, gathering height. Then it begins to lean. The line curves forward, slowly, then faster, the radius tightening, the water folding over itself the way a fern frond curls inward as it unfurls from its stem. This curve has a name. It is a logarithmic spiral. The same curve you find in the shell of a nautilus, in the arms of a hurricane seen from above, in the arrangement of seeds in the face of a sunflower. It is a curve that grows wider at a constant rate relative to its own rotation. Every quarter turn, the radius increases by the same proportion. It never closes. It never collapses. It simply expands outward in perfect, self-similar elegance. Hokusai did not plot this curve with a compass. He did not calculate the ratio. He found it the way all great artists find mathematics. By looking so carefully at the real thing that the underlying structure revealed itself. The eye discovered what the equation describes. There is a quieter geometry too. Look at the whole composition. The wave fills the left 2/3 of the image, violent, enormous, close. Fuji occupies a small triangle in the exact center, still, distant, calm. The wave is chaos, the mountain is order, and between them, the hollow through which you see the mountain, framed by the claw of the wave, is a passage. A window of stillness inside the violence. This negative space, this emptiness, is the true subject of the print. Not the wave, not the mountain, the space between them. The Japanese have a word for this, ma. The interval, the pause, the meaningful void. Hokusai lifts his brush. It is the finest brush he owns, 7 hairs, taken from the tail of a weasel in winter, when the fur is densest and each hair tapers to a point so fine it is invisible until it touches ink. He dips it, not into a pool of ink, into the barest film. The brush barely darkens. It holds perhaps a single breath's worth of liquid. And he touches the paper, at the tip of the wave's highest claw. He adds a curl, so small you would need to press your face against the paper to see it. A tiny hook of foam, a wave within a wave within a wave. His hand does not tremble. This steadiness is not the steadiness of youth. Youth is steady because it does not know what can go wrong. This steadiness is the steadiness of 70 years, of a hand that has trembled and learned to stop. He sets the brush down. He sits back. He looks at the wave the way the carver looked at the woodblock, reading it, searching for what is not yet right. There is a passage he will write near the end of his life. He will say that from the age of 6, he had a mania for drawing, that by 50, he had produced a vast number of works, but that nothing he made before the age of 70 was of any value. At 73, he will say, he began to understand the true structure of animals, plants, trees, birds, fishes, and insects. By 80, he hopes to have made still more progress. By 90, he will penetrate the mystery of things. At 100, he will reach something marvelous. And at 110, every dot, every line will be alive. He will not live to 110. He will die at 89. And his last words, whispered from a futon not unlike the one the carver is sleeping on right now, will be, "If heaven gives me just 10 more years." A pause. Or even 5. Then I could become a true painter. But that is far away. Today he is 70 and the wave is almost finished. He rolls the drawing carefully, ties it with a strip of cotton. This drawing will be carried across the city to the carver's workshop. It will be pasted face down onto a block of Yamazakura. The carver will cut around every line, every claw of foam, every fractal curl. And the paper itself, this paper with Hokusai's ink on it, will be destroyed in the process. Rubbed away, scraped away, until only ghost traces remain, embedded in the wood. The original drawing ceases to exist so that the print can be born. Hokusai knows this. He does not mind. He has never been interested in keeping things. 30 names abandoned, 93 changes of address in a single lifetime, rooms left in disarray, studios walked away from. He moves through the world the way the brush moves through ink, touching, leaving a mark, lifting away. The room is quiet now. Hokusai reaches for the sweet potato, looks at it, sets it down again. He picks up another brush, dips it in water, cleans it slowly against the rim of a chipped ceramic bowl. The water in the bowl turns gray, then faintly blue, Prussian blue, from a brush he used yesterday or the day before. The blue swirls in the water, slowly, a tiny private turbulence that no one else will ever see. And outside, the morning in Edo continues without urgency. A vendor passes in the street below, calling out in a low, melodic voice, selling tofu. The sound rises and fades like smoke from a single stick of incense. A crow calls once from a temple roof. And somewhere, a few streets away, in a clean and ordered workshop, a carver is waking from sleep. He is rising from his futon, folding it, placing it in the corner. He is walking to the workbench, removing the cloth from the key block, running his finger along the ridge of a line he cut last night. It is clean, it is sharp, it is ready. And soon, very soon, a new drawing will arrive at his door. Rolled in cotton, carried by a boy with blue-stained fingers. A drawing of a wave that contains every wave inside it. But before the carving begins, before the ink is mixed and the blocks are stacked and the printer takes his place at the press, there is one more craft to understand. The most physical, the most rhythmic, the most like breathing. The act of printing itself. The damp paper, the inked block, the barren pad pressed in slow, firm circles against the back of the sheet. That is where we go next. But not yet. For now, stay here. In the quiet between the artist's studio and the carver's bench. In the space between the drawing and the cut. In the M.A. The interval. The meaningful pause. Three weeks have passed. You would not know it inside this room. The light is the same. The smell is the same. The quiet is the same. But the workbench has changed. The key block is finished. It sits at the far end of the bench, no longer covered by cloth. Its surface is a landscape now. Ridges and valleys. Lines rising from the wood like veins on the back of an old hand. Beside it, arranged in a careful row, are the color blocks. 7 of them. Each one carved from the same Yamazakura. Each one carrying only the areas that will receive a single color. The blue block, the pale blue block, the gray block, the yellow block, the brown block, the black reinforcement block, and one more for the faintest blush of pink on the horizon line that most people will never consciously notice. But there is someone new in the workshop today. He arrived at dawn. He brought his own tools wrapped in a roll of indigo cloth. He brought his own apron. He brought his own silence. The printer. The Surishi. He is younger than the carver, perhaps 45, but his forearms are disproportionately strong. The muscles are visible even through the fabric of his sleeves, which he has tied back with cotton cords above the elbow. His hands are clean, conspicuously clean. He washed them 3 times before sitting down, once with cold water, once with warm, once with water in which rice bran had been soaking overnight. Clean hands do not leave oils on the woodblock. Clean hands do not contaminate the pigment. Clean hands ensure that the only thing transferred to the paper is what is meant to be there. Before him on the bench, the tools of his trade. A wide, flat brush made from horsehair. The bristles are black and coarse and cut in a perfect straight line across the bottom. This is for applying color to the surface of the block. A smaller brush, softer, for blending, for the gradients the Japanese call bokashi, the slow fade from dark to light that gives a printed sky the illusion of depth. A ceramic dish of water, a bamboo spatula, a stack of dampened paper, and the Baron. Pick it up. It is surprisingly light. A flat disc, roughly the size of your palm. The back is covered in a tightly coiled cord made from bamboo sheath, twisted, braided, wound in a spiral that begins at the center and expands outward. The front is smooth, wrapped in a single bamboo leaf, glossy, taut, the color of dark honey. This bamboo leaf will be replaced every few hundred impressions. It wears thin, loses its friction, begins to slide instead of grip. A good printer can feel the difference in a single stroke. The printer sets the Baron down, reaches for the stack of paper. Washi. Handmade paper, each sheet produced in the mountain villages of Echizen province, where the rivers run cold and clean and the kozo mulberry grows thick on the hillsides. Kozo bark is stripped, soaked, boiled in lye until the fibers separate, rinsed in running water for hours, then beaten, gently, with wooden mallets on a stone slab. The pulp is mixed with water and a plant-based mucilage called neri, extracted from the roots of the Tororo aoi plant. The neri slows the drainage. It gives the papermaker time to rock the screen back and forth, layering fibers and cross-in directions, building strength the way a boat builder lays planks at alternating angles. The result is paper of extraordinary quality. Thin but strong, absorbent but precise. It accepts pigment without bleeding. It endures pressure without tearing. And when dampened, as the printer has dampened these sheets since before dawn, stacking them between layers of moist cloth, the fibers soften and open like pores on warm skin, ready to receive. The printer selects the first block. Not the key block. The key block, the black outline, will be printed last. He begins with the palest color, the faintest tone, the blush of pink along the horizon. This is the rule. Light to dark, background to foreground, whisper to voice. He places the block flat on the bench before him, face up. He dips the horsehair brush into a shallow dish where a small amount of rose-tinted pigment has been mixed with rice paste. The rice paste acts as a binder. It gives the pigment body. It helps it cling to the raised surface of the block without pooling in the valleys. He loads the brush. Not too much, not too little. He has done this 10,000 times. His wrist knows the weight. And now he paints the block. Long, even strokes, left to right, the bristles hissing softly against the cherry wood. The color spreads, a thin, even film covering only the raised areas. The valleys remain clean, untouched. Now the paper. He lifts a single sheet from the dampened stack. It hangs from his fingers with a slight droop, limp, heavy with moisture. It has the weight of a silk handkerchief dipped in water. On the corner of the woodblock, there are two small marks cut into the surface. An L-shaped notch on the bottom right, a straight notch on the bottom edge. These are the kento, the registration marks. Every color block in the set has its kento in exactly the same position. When the printer places the paper, its corner tucked precisely into the L-shaped notch, its bottom edge aligned with the straight one, every subsequent color will land in exactly the right place. A misalignment of even 1 millimeter would blur the image. The colors would drift outside the black outlines like a dream losing its edges. He lowers the paper. Corner to the kento, edge to the line. The sheet settles onto the inked surface of the block with the faintest sound. A whisper, like a page turning in an empty room. And now the Baron. He picks it up with his right hand. His left hand rests flat on the paper, steadying it. He places the Baron on the back of the sheet and presses. The motion is circular, slow, firm, beginning at the center of the image and spiraling outward. The same logarithmic spiral that Hokusai drew in the curl of the wave. The friction between the bamboo leaf and the back of the washi produces a sound that is almost organic. A breath, a sustained exhalation. The pressure transfers the pigment from the raised surface of the wood through the dampened fibers of the paper. Not onto the surface, into it. The color does not sit on top. It sinks, becomes part of the paper itself. This is why woodblock prints have that quality you cannot find in any other medium. The color seems to glow from within, as if the paper itself is luminous. He lifts the Baron. He peels the paper slowly from the block. A soft, wet sound, like lips parting. And there, on the white sheet, the faintest blush of pink. A horizon. A sky just before sunrise. Almost nothing. And yet this almost nothing will be visible in the final print. A warmth beneath the blue. A memory of light that the viewer will feel without knowing why. The sheet is set aside, placed on a drying board, and another is taken from the stack. Corner to the kento, edge to the line, Baron in circles. Again, and again, and again. He will print the entire edition in this first color before moving to the next block. 200 sheets, sometimes 300, each one placed by hand, each one pressed by hand, each one peeled and set to dry. Then the pale blue block. 300 sheets again, then the darker blue, the gray, the yellow, the brown, and finally, the key block. The black outline that will bind every color together. 7 passes, 300 sheets. More than 2,000 individual impressions for a single edition of a single print. No one person made this image. This is the thing the modern world often forgets. Hokusai designed it. His brush created the drawing. His eye found the fractal in the foam. But Hokusai never carved a block, never inked a surface, never pressed a baron against a sheet of washi. The carver did that. The printer did that. 3 masters, 3 separate disciplines, each one essential, each one invisible in the finished print. And behind all 3 there was a 4th figure, the one who decided that this image should exist at all. The publisher. In Edo, a woodblock print was not a private act of creation. It was a commercial product. Conceived, financed, and distributed by a publishing house. A business with its own reputation, its own clientele, its own acute sense of what the people of Edo wanted to see. The most famous of these publishers was a man named Tsutaya Juzaburo. He operated from a shop in the Toriabura district, near the entrance to the Yoshiwara Pleasure Quarter, a location chosen with commercial precision. Tsutaya understood that ukiyo-e was not fine art in the way the West would later define it. It was popular culture. The prints were posters, advertisements, playbills for kabuki actors, portraits of famous courtesans, travel guides, fashion plates, news. They were sold for roughly the price of a bowl of noodles. A single print cost about 20 mono. A double serving of soba at a street stall cost 16. This was art for everyone. Tsutaya was not merely a shopkeeper. He was an impresario, a curator of taste, a man who could look at a young artist and see 30 years into the future. He discovered Utamaro, the master of Bijinga, portraits of beautiful women drawn with such intimacy that you can almost hear their silk rustling. He published Shiraku, the mysterious actor portrait artist who appeared, produced 140 prints in 10 months, and vanished completely. No one knows who Shiraku really was. It remains one of the great unsolved mysteries of art history. Tsutaya knew, and Tsutaya is dead. The publishing system worked like this. The publisher conceived a series, 36 views of Mount Fuji, 100 famous views of Edo, 53 stations of the Tokaido. He commissioned the artist, paid in advance, reviewed the sketches, sometimes requested changes. He hired the carver, hired the printer, supplied the materials, the wood, the paper, the pigments, including, by the 1830s, the expensive imported Prussian blue. He submitted the finished design to the government censors. Yes, censors. Every print published in Edo required a seal of approval from the city's censorship office, the Kiwame seal. A small stamped mark on the finished print confirming that its content did not violate the Tokugawa shogunate's ever-shifting rules about public expression. Political commentary was forbidden. Satire of the ruling class was punishable by exile or worse. Tsutaya himself was fined heavily in 1791 for publishing satirical works by the writer Santo Kyoden. Half his assets were confiscated. He continued publishing. Once the censor's seal was obtained, the publisher oversaw production. He set the print run, managed the inventory, distributed copies to his own shop and to a network of booksellers and print dealers throughout Edo and sometimes beyond, to Osaka, Kyoto, Nagoya. He placed his mark on every print, a small cartouche, his shop name, his brand. And if a print sold well, he ordered more impressions. The blocks were durable. A single set of cherry blocks could produce 10,000 prints before the lines began to soften and the ridges lost their sharpness. This is why the Great Wave exists not as one object, but as thousands. There is no single original, no sacred, unique artifact. There are copies in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, in the British Museum in London, in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, in the Tokyo National Museum. Each one pressed by the same baron on the same blocks from the same cherry trees. Each one an original, each one identical and yet subtly different. Because the pressure varied, because the dampness of the paper changed with the weather, because a human hand can never repeat itself with the perfection of a machine. And they were never meant to hang in museums. They were meant to be pinned to a wall in a merchant's house, passed between friends, collected in albums, carried as souvenirs from a pilgrimage. They were meant to be touched, held, folded, occasionally damaged, eventually discarded and replaced by the next series. Disposable beauty. This troubled no one in Edo. Return now to the printer. He is on the fourth color, the darker blue. The Prussian blue. He has mixed the pigment with rice paste to a consistency he checks by lifting the brush and watching the color drip from the bristles. 1 drop, 2. The third drop hesitates, stretches, and falls. The consistency is right. He paints the block. But this time, he does something different. He loads the brush heavily on the left side of the block, the side of the wave, and lightly on the right, the side of the sky. Then, with the smaller, softer brush, he blends the boundary. Feathering the edge where dark blue becomes pale blue becomes almost nothing. This is bokashi. The gradient, the fade, the breath between colors. It cannot be carved. It exists only in the printer's hand, in the way he loads the brush, in the speed of his blending stroke, in the dampness of the paper at the moment of contact. Bokashi is the printer's signature, invisible, uncredited, essential. He lays the paper. Corner to the kento, edge to the line. He picks up the barin. The pressure is firmer now. The Prussian blue is denser than the paler pigments. It requires more force to drive it into the fibers of the washi. His shoulder engages. His body leans forward. The weight transfers through his arm, through his wrist, through the barin, into the paper, into the wood. He peels the sheet. And the wave appears. Not the outline, not the foam, just the body of the water. A deep, saturated field of Prussian blue that fades at its upper edge into the pale tone already printed beneath. The two blues merge. They were always meant to merge. Layer on layer, pass after pass. The image assembling itself the way a memory assembles, not all at once, but in fragments that gradually become whole. The afternoon light has shifted. The printer does not notice. His world, like the carver's, has contracted to the dimensions of the block. Corner to the kento, edge to the line, barin in circles. Outside, the light is turning amber. The tofu vendor has finished his rounds. The streets are quieter now. The boy with blue-stained fingers is sweeping the floor around the pigment shelf. The broom makes a soft, rhythmic shush against the Zelkova planks. And the barin answers. 2 rhythms, 2 breaths, finding each other across the room. The day is ending. But the printing will continue tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, until every sheet has received every color, until the key block, the black skeleton, the master line, is pressed for the final pass. And the image is complete. A wave, a mountain, 3 boats, and between them, a space. A silence made visible. Printed 2,000 times by a man whose name you will never know. Evening now. The workshop is behind you. You are outside, walking. The streets of Edo have turned the color of wet stone. Gray, darkening. The sky is low. Not threatening, just heavy. A sky that has been holding its breath all afternoon and is now slowly letting go. Rain. Not the gentle rain of the first night. This rain is sudden, vertical, dense. It arrives all at once like a curtain dropped from the clouds. You are standing on the approach to Shinohashi, the great bridge. It spans the Sumida River in long, dark wooden beams. The planks are slick. The railings shine. People are running, figures in straw cloaks bent against the downpour. A woman clutching a paper umbrella that the wind is trying to invert. A man with a bundle on his back, head down, moving quickly toward the far bank. And somewhere behind you, standing very still while everyone else runs, is a man who is not looking at the bridge. He is looking at the rain. Utagawa Hiroshige. He is 58 years old, quiet by nature, a man who prefers observation to conversation. Where Hokusai was chaos, Hiroshige is stillness. Where Hokusai fought the world into submission with his brush, Hiroshige simply waited for the world to reveal itself. And what the world revealed to him was weather. Mist on a river at dawn, snow falling on a temple gate, moonlight on rice paddies, and rain. Always rain. He understood something that no printmaker before him had attempted. Rain is not a thing. It is a condition. It changes everything it touches, the color of the sky, the posture of the body, the mood of a street. And it is, in its essence, a set of lines. Diagonal lines. Carved into a separate block, a block dedicated to nothing but rain. Hundreds of fine parallel grooves scored into the cherry wood at a steep angle. When inked in gray and printed over the finished image, over the bridge, the river, the figures, the sky, the lines fell across everything, unifying, obscuring, softening. The rain did not belong to any single layer of the image. It belonged to all of them. It was the atmosphere itself. Stand on the bridge with me. Feel the rain on the back of your neck, on your shoulders, on your closed eyelids. Each drop a small, cold point of contact between the sky and your skin. The river below is alive. Thousands of tiny circles appearing and vanishing on its surface. Each circle perfect, each circle gone before you can trace its edge. Hiroshige saw this, and he understood that he could not print the circles, but he could print their feeling. By darkening the water beneath the rain, by letting the gray of the sky bleed downward into the gray of the river using bokashi, that same gradient, that same breath between tones, until sky and water became one. No horizon line, just a slow dissolve. The world erasing its own edges. This print, Sudden Shower over Shinohashi Bridge, would become one of his most celebrated works. Part of a vast series called 100 Famous Views of Edo. 118 prints, in truth, published over 2 years. A portrait of a city seen in every season, every hour, every weather. Cherry blossoms at Ueno, fireworks at Ryogoku, snow at Kanda Myojin Shrine, moonrise over the Tamagawa, and rain. Rain over and over. Because rain was the thing that made Edo most itself. The city was built on water, canals and rivers threaded through it like veins through a leaf. And the rain returned everything to water. The light is almost gone now. The rain has softened, not stopped, just quieted. The heavy vertical lines have become something finer, a mist, hanging in the air between the lanterns that are beginning to glow along the far bank of the river. Orange light, diffused, each lantern a soft circle of warmth bleeding into the gray. Hiroshige is gone. He slipped away while you were watching the river. He does that, arrives quietly, observes, leaves. But the rain remains, and the bridge remains, and you remain. Standing in the mist, on the wet planks, listening to the river moving slowly beneath you. The sound of water against the wooden pilings. Steady, soft, constant. Stay here for a moment longer. The night is coming, and there is one more room to visit. One more story. The last. Two centuries pass. Let them pass. They pass the way clouds cross a mountain, slowly, without effort, without sound. The workshops close. The workshops open again. New hands hold the chisels. New eyes read the grain. The blocks wear down. New blocks are cut. Hokusai dies. Hiroshige dies. The prints accumulate, thousands upon thousands, stacked in shops, folded in drawers, pinned to walls and taken down again when the seasons change. And then, in 1853, the ships arrive. American warships, black hulls, steam and iron. After 200 years of chosen isolation, Japan is opened. Trade begins. And the prints begin to travel. Not carefully, not reverently. They are used as packing material. Crumpled between ceramic bowls, wrapped around porcelain figurines, stuffed into crates bound for Le Havre, for London, for Amsterdam. Cheap paper, disposable beauty. The people who packed them thought nothing of it. But in Paris, someone unfolds one, smooths it flat on a table, and stares. The color, the flatness, the absence of shadow. No perspective as Europe understood it, no vanishing point, no mottled light falling from a single source. Instead, a world seen from above and from within simultaneously. Bold outlines, pure, unblended fields of color, compositions cut by the edge of the frame as if the image continued beyond seeing. Nothing in European painting looked like this. The prints spread through the studios of Paris like a quiet fire. Monet collected them, hung them in his dining room at Giverny, dozens of them, lining the yellow walls like windows into another way of seeing. Degas studied their radical compositions, the way a figure could be cropped at the edge, the way empty space could hold as much weight as a body. Whistler absorbed their restraint, their willingness to let a single color dominate an entire image. His gray nocturnes, fog on the Thames, are Hiroshige's rain translated into oil. And Van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh did not merely study the Japanese prints. He copied them, brush stroke by brush stroke, in oil paint, on canvas. He took Hiroshige's sudden shower over Shinohashi Bridge, the very print you stood inside only minutes ago, and reproduced it in thick, urgent pigment. The diagonal rain, the dark bridge, the running figures. He added a border of Japanese characters copied from other prints. He could not read them. He did not care. He wanted to live inside that world. He wrote to his brother Theo, "I envy the Japanese artists for the incredible clarity of everything in their work. Their work is as simple as breathing," he said. They draw a figure in a few sure strokes as easily as buttoning a vest. He never went to Japan. He went to Arles instead, searching for bright color, for flat light, for what he called his own Japan. The prince from Edo had crossed the world, had arrived crumpled in a shipping crate, and had changed the direction of Western art. The floating world had floated all the way to France. And the men who made the prints, the carver, the printer, the boy with blue fingers, never knew. They were already gone, already dust, already part of the wood and the paper and the rain. Come back now. Come back across the ocean, across the century. Come back to the workshop. It is night again. The same night, the first night, as if you never left. The oil lamp is burning its final drop of fuel. The flame is no longer a flame. It is a memory of one, a small blue point hovering above the clay rim. The carver is at his bench. His tools are put away. The chisel, the toe, the gouge, each one wiped clean, each one returned to its place. The block is finished. It rests on the bench, uncovered now. The lines are all cut. The valleys are clear. The ridges hold their shape in the almost dark. The cloth that covered it is folded, set aside. The pigment jars are sealed. The grinding stone is washed. The boy has gone home. The rain has stopped. And the silence that fills the room is not empty. It is full. Full of the work that was done here. Full of the hours. The careful hours. The carver places his palm flat against the surface of the finished block. He feels the ridges against his skin, the lines that will become the wave. He does not know that this image will cross the world. He does not know that a man in Arles will try to live inside it. He knows only that the wood is true, the lines are clean, the work is done. He lifts his hand, the lamp goes out. Darkness. Total, warm, and in the darkness, the faintest scent. Cherry wood, rapeseed smoke, and rain on the roof tiles, already drying, already gone. You are lying down now. You have been lying down this whole time. The workshop is quiet. The city is quiet. The century is quiet. Sleep now. The wave will wait. It has always been waiting. Inside the wood. This has been Kaito. Thank you for traveling across time and sharing this long journey to the east with me tonight. Our stories end here, but your dreams are just beginning. Sleep well. Good night.